Windows updated. Windows updated yet again, and as usual, I hate it. I hate that they changed it. They changed the start menu. So now, instead of just having my stuff, it also has all this crap. And presumably it's like nonsense slop categories that they use some sort of AI to trawl through all of the files on my computer to detect, because it has like random documentation in developer tools, random files in other, and then like for some reason in productivity is Firefox, but in utilities and tools is Firefox but private. So, you know, some sort of like, instead of just alphabetizing them or sorting them in some other way, or letting me sort them, which would be awesome, they instead had some sort of automatic categorization, and it's not good. And also I'm worried about the privacy of it, because I have files on my computer that I don't want Microsoft to know about, contrary to popular belief. But okay, let's see. Yeah, categorizing, I don't want them to put like my fucking copy of my W-2 in here or something. Put my like group things by my social security number and just have the social security number as the category. That'd be pretty baller, actually. That'd be pretty awesome. But I think that'd be one of those... That would be really funny, though. Like, to try... Like, now I'm trying to think, like, what would be the worst possible implementation of this that you could ever have? And then being thankful that this is not that. Like, huh, this string of numbers sure is common. Let's put that in the categories. But okay. Let's not do that. Let's not imagine hypotheticals to get mad at. Let's instead go to my bugs. I did more playtesting, as usual. Lots of playtesting. So... item and narration boxes should get bigger to fix or fit text. Wait, did the item box not get big enough? Oh yeah, because when the font changes, basically we need, if we go to player... No, what am I going to? Item get. This needs to have the ability to... We need to animate this. This box. Ooh, this is going to be tough because basically I need this panel container to grow. How do we do that? Layout mode, anchors, custom, transform. I swear that was the point of the panel container. Haven't I done this before where, like, I was never able to figure it out? And also I want to do some, like, restyling for the, I want to make the buttons actually look good. But okay, I'm racking my brain here. How do I make this box appropriately, like, size itself? Because I want it to maintain this size unless the content is getting bigger. Or unless, like, you know, this text won't fit. In which case I want it to probably get wider before it gets taller. Let's do... Okay, okay, I see. If I trimmed nothing here, what would happen? So let's just make the font size really big. Take your time, Godot. I saved, like, it's like 8 nodes. Oh yeah, I've added some new things. I added a loading screen because I didn't like how the game, like, froze for like 25 seconds. So yeah, now it only freezes for like 5 seconds when it switches scenes, which is, I guess, an improvement. I think I just need to make the ready function do less stuff. Hang on, my controller cord is all tangled. Oh, no, it's not. Okay, well... We need to make the font size bigger, which admittedly I could just constrain this. Or just, like, even disable the font size. Maybe I could just have the font size, or something proportional to the font size in the, like, item get thing. Okay, what's the longest item description that's in the game? Probably the Q-tip. Do I want to... I can just toggle no clip. We don't even need to do the actual intro. I just realized. So if we go to debug, just set this to true. Hang on, my cords are a fucking mess. I need to put this headphone cable there, this controller cable there. Alright. So now, I should be able to... Should be able to go up. There we are. Oh yeah, now we have to... I forgot. Because of the way that this is structured, I have to find the exit to the back rooms. And I should probably fix the, like, UI here, where it basically, like... How do I do that? I guess I'd have a tween instead of a time, or like a wait thing. Okay, there we go. Oh yeah, it doesn't start the day-night cycle. See, and now we're in this, like, weird Twilight Zone. Okay, but what I need is basically... Get this... And we're just gonna zip past everything. What do I need? I need that garbage. Hello there, rat. Okay. So we got this again. Okay, and now we need the Q-tip, which has the longest description, I think. I think because the name is also quite long, that works better. I mean, I do see the panel container is expanding properly, so it should hopefully do that for, Oh, but it wouldn't do that with the... Okay. We still have the issue that... I don't think this would work quite right. So yeah, no text trimming is performed. Trim text per character, per word, ellipsis. Trim ellipsis. Okay, I think... I need to make the text even bigger? Maybe I can just... Actually, I just had a good idea. What if I just limit the text size to 60? And then what's the smallest text that I'd want? Let's say 30. So we're going to go from 30 to 60. So we're just going to go to display. Yeah. 30 to 60. Admittedly, I should have this as a unique font or unique thing, because right now what I'm actually doing is, if we go to this, I'm actually updating the module for both At the Ends of Eras and Kitty Found a Camera. Which... Ooh, how do I make that work better? We'd probably have to do something fancy like change the text mapping here, so like... Yeah, I could do that, actually, but for now, I just won't care. Hack to make option, or to make font sizes reasonable. Yeah, because we can't guarantee... What I'd really want is to basically just have a, like, property on this that's, like, min size, max size, and then it would use that instead when we get property list, but I can't be bothered to do that. Also, I started the stream 10 minutes ago, but I need to use the bathroom, so I'll be back. we're getting back. So this will be fine for now. When I do at the ends of eras, I can just adjust it. Like, I can make a nicer thing there. Because I want to get this stuff all working nicely by the Steam Next Fest on Monday. And so I already have a bunch of stuff for that. So we're going to say... I think that's going to be good for now. Which one was that? Bigger to fit text? We just make the text smaller. Because, yeah, that only happens when the text is very large font. And actually, I should then probably have this be... I should probably put this back to what it was. I think that is better. Slow down when zooming in, we have that. Oh wait, no, this was, the bug was the game, like, stutters. Not actually, like, slow down the character when moving in. Okay, Linux game freezes when switching to windowed. Also doesn't release the mouse. The full screen is just kind of bugged. I think I might actually just remove my exported... Because if we go to, Oh wait, no. Aren't we here? Isn't this where it is? Yeah. These modes just don't work right. So Windows full screen transition might cause screens to go back or black for a moment. On Linux, exclusive full screen mode bypasses compositor, equivalent to mode full screen. Enabling full screen will change the window size to match the monitor's size. So the mode has less overhead, but only one window can be open on a given screen at a time. Yeah, because the issue we've been having in the past is that sometimes I have to switch between exclusive full screen and full screen because I think the way Godot implemented it is bugged. And I've also had issues where, like, sometimes switching to exclusive full screen will put it in windowed mode. And then setting it to full screen will actually put it in full screen. And so, I'll ignore that for now. But okay. So now we can do that. I love our, like, beautiful, janky version of the world now. Okay, so now this is the smallest the text can get, and that feels reasonable to me, except for the, these look like garbage. So yeah, I really do need to restyle those panels. But I think I'm going to fix the other things first. So I think these... Do I care? I think I gotta care. I think this one, though, is less important. Okay. Using special dialog blocks, block special dialog if you don't look away. I haven't been able to reproduce this. I'll try it again, though. Am I still... Oh, right, because it teleports me back to here until I've actually... Like, unless I haven't completed the chores yet. So now we can blind him with new stickers. I should probably set the font back to our default. Wow, yes. Some of these get really fucked up. So, like, these, but the checkboxes... Actually, the checkboxes just look awful. Checkboxes and sliders have terrible theming. So I'm going to say... Actually, I'm going to change this to, like, a button list. Slider. Checkboxes... Because the tabs I'm okay with, but I actually would like to also change the status menu tabs. Oh yeah, and we should also make it so that this handles small text better. Because, yeah, look at that garbage. Because, yeah, otherwise I don't mind the font being like this. So I think it defaults to 45, which to me seems plenty big. So that way this would hopefully work on, like, both computers and, like, TV monitors. Or, you know, TVs. What am I doing now? Oh, yeah. I need to be able to show a photo. So if I do that, and then I talk to you. Aha. Wait, no, he just doesn't have anything to say about Mrs. Weston. Yeah, I don't see... I haven't been able to reproduce this issue. Because basically what I thought it was sometimes... Oh, wait. But there's another issue, which is for some reason the, we can see when I... Okay. Weird. When I changed the font, it didn't properly resize these images until later. So if we go back to options, I think when we reduce the font size there, apply that resume, and then if we raise the font size again, apply that resume, why did it not work for a brief minute? Also, we should have that word wrap. Photo button. Oh wait, no. Label here. Already shown. Where's our... There it is. Word. And then don't we need some sort of thing here? Or is it because it's a minimum size there? Okay, I think because that's a child of a container that sizes it. Okay, now that works. So yeah, let's see all of our things here. Let's see how they look. They look okay. I think for some of the... I think I'd want to italicize this text here. I'm actually going to do that. Let's do item get. No. Chivo status? Isn't this... Oh, I guess this doesn't inherit. Yeah, can't I do like a... displayed text? I think we just do it here. Wait, but this is a rich text label. Oh. Why did I do that? That's dumb. I mean, I guess I could just change the modulate. I might do that. Basically, just make it ever so slightly less visible. So that way, it's just a little bit less prominent. Does that actually... Did that get set? I don't think it did. What if I just turn it all the way down? Okay, it does get set. I think I'm going to make the portion also less visible. That's going to be like that. Because, yeah, that's less important. And then I'm going to make this actually more visible. Yeah, I think that makes sense to me. So yeah, it's big, but it's less prominent. Okay. And then eventually I might want the ability to, like, see the sticker stuff. And also we can see that my prompts are, my LB and RB overlap. We could disable special text on those two prompts somehow, some way. If we go back to the status. I think I'd basically just have a new value here of just like export var show extra hint equals true. Extra. And this is going to be if extra and show extra hint. And so that way the LB and RB text doesn't show up here. And what that should do is now, if we come back into here, we have that. Okay, and now it gracefully handles this, though it does mean that LB and RB will not tell you what they are. But I guess that's okay, unless I'll need to see that with controller prompts. We'll need to have Xbox prompts as well. Okay, I cannot reproduce this. So I'm just going to call that done. And this I'll have to test on Linux. Any sound effects that we need? Do I want those? And I would like more clutter and stuff. But okay, let's go and get my like ketchup packet and stuff and do all that work. No, open there. Wait, we don't even need Krita open. And so Paint's gonna open faster. Okay, so how do I... There we are. Ooh, I had to sneeze. Okay, so now we have... That's definitely a tomato. That's what tomatoes look like. I think actually... double the size of this. We're going to do a whopping 16 by 16. So that way... we can do, Also, too many birds are like the Easter egg bird, where they tweet at me, or where they just say tweet. There's not supposed to be so many of them. Also, this should, yeah, you know what? We should do, no, absolute, and then 32. Yeah, because this is what it's more accurately going to be like. Let's just have it more like that. There we go. See, now it's a tomato. Now you can tell what it is. And we can even have like a little bit of text here, because it used to be like 2 freaking things. There we are. Reactivate that. What is this? Kota Hoshino? From 82,000. Interesting. Okay. I want new game to see that ketchup packet in action. See, that's what ketchup looks like. Okay. Wait for item prompts to go away for dialogue. This one is going to be quite complicated, Because what I need is actually, anytime we get an item. Let's go to the player. Find item. So we need to await this show item here. And that is going to be quite difficult because that comes from here. And this, I guess we could just have this have a bool. So we'll just return true. And so now it's possible to get that, and then we can go up to wherever I was at before. UI. So now what we could do is we play the sound and we await here. Can we do this? Or do we do return awaits? And then when we go to the player, we also have return await UI show item because we add the item, we do all this stuff. And I should double check that this doesn't do anything with the player inventory, and so the order doesn't matter here. Yeah, because the item get doesn't even, is not even aware of the player. Okay, good. So now what I can do is this now has the ability to be awaited on. And we can do the same thing here. Cool. Return, await, find item. And that does mean... Well, no, okay. And this should still work exactly the same for any synchronous instances where I use this, I believe. Which I don't think there are. But maybe there are. But basically, we instantly add it to the inventory, and then we await the UI. So if we don't want to wait for this, we can just kick it off to, the coroutine thread or whatever it does. And then when we show item here, show item... Okay, and this does actually wait for the UI to go away. And now what I need is the ability to await a call. Basically, we would need to have, if we go to dialog, the runtime needs a new function. And that's just going to be function await. Oh, wait, no. Let's call this async call. And that'll be like, I don't know. Object pass. And I'm going to have a rename in our parser. Where is that? That'd be under... Oh, I guess it'd be expression parser. Yeah, special functions. Await will now be async call. And actually, I'm going to name that this. So that was under D for dialog evaluator. So how do we do... So what do we do about, async? Return true for now. And I kind of want to have... I'll do that at some other day. Basically, when we get an item, Let's go to... let's just find this. Find item. That'll be in every single dialogue. There's quite a lot of them. Oh, there's not that many. We basically just need to map each of these to a weight. Player, find item, main speaker, held item. Replace. Oh, that's the only instance where we have that anymore. Oh, because it's final held item. Okay. And that also means that I literally fucked that up. In fact, what even was that? Final held item here? Yeah, this final held item. Okay, there we go. And we replace the rest of these. There we go. Oh yeah, this was from a joke about, like, do not follow this guy to a secondary location. What was that? Oh yeah, and here's movies that I was interested in. What is this? Spooky horror story that I was starting, or like a horror game that I want to make based on a dream. Let's get all that crap here. Because yeah, I always have like 10 quadrillion things that I'm like thinking about at any time. Let's get my notes. And just stuff this at the bottom, as usual. There we go, perfect. Okay, what did I even fix? Right, I want that to be there. So what I'm going to do right now is I want to see this in action so that I can understand how it's going to be used. And then I also need to do the same thing with stickers, dialogue prompts, other things. Or no, stickers, challenge photos. So items, stickers. Because they're all different things. So let's double check that like everything works normally. Yeah, because that function was already asynchronous to like show it internally. Would there be any reason that small text would break the UI other than the subtle breakage of, like, the buttons looking bad? Maybe I should test both big and small fonts. And I should probably just disable the font coloring, because somebody else pointed out, if you can't customize the background of the UI, then it doesn't really help. Unless I put all of them under custom materials, which could be a thing that I do. Though it would be weird to have, like, speech bubbles in dark mode, for example. Yeah, so I think it's kind of too late for the UI color. I'm going to remove that from our thing here. Basically, go back to display. It was a noble idea. But, yeah. Well, yeah. I'm not going to let the player, like, accidentally ruin their own fun, basically. Okay, so what was I testing? Right, I was testing getting an item. Which won't actually do anything yet. Yeah, so here is where the crux of the problem is. I don't like that this shows up, but then pressing A actually confirms this dialogue. Or, well, it doesn't, but this dialogue unrolled while it was invisible and the, like, item get UI was up. So I need some way of, like, awaiting the asynchronous event. And that'll also be super useful for having, like, cutscenes that play without you skipping them. So I'd like to use that for also, like, small animations, maybe. Right, so let's just see, because right now it won't actually do anything. It's just going to trigger the breakpoint so I can see what the object even is. Okay. So what is this object? This is a GD script function state. Okay, good. Wait, is that a thing that we have here? Huh. Remote GD script function state. Interesting. So we can't await that, can we? Hang on. GD, or function state. Huh. So function states and await. Implicit and hidden from GDScript programming. Every involved object needs to stay alive. The caller of await can be freed, but it will simply cancel the function. If you await a function from another object, then if that object is freed, it appears that the memory taken by the awaited function is freed, but the code execution after the await does not continue, even though the calling function was not freed. Okay, interesting. Okay, so that is handled nicely, but we need... Okay, so we need some sort of state here. So yeah, await object dot that. So under the hood, my function is still retaining a reference to it, which means the state remains alive, but what about when I don't await it? What if I fire and forget? So we don't need that. So calling GDScript yield within a function will cause the function to yield and return that. Okay, so this isn't related to what I need. I think I need to just look up the... We just need to go to, like... Well, where would we go? Because, yeah, basically what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to call one of these async functions synchronously to get a handle on the object. And then I need to... I'm not going to await here, because I need to do something else. Basically, we need to return an asynchronous process here, and then it'll do, like, I don't know. It'll narrate, like, ... And then once the thing is done, it'll then continue. So I basically need... I basically need some way to, like, explicitly deal with all of the state that comes with this. Let's just go to Godot GD script function state. Oh wait, we need to do this in C++. Okay. Hang on, my wires are fiddling again. Okay. So what do we do with these functions? Oh, wait. We have resume and is valid. Signal callback. Okay, so we do have methods available here. Method info signal callback. Is valid extend check. So is valid. Does that mean that it's done? The function is null pointer, return false, extended lock. If not, scripts in list. Okay, so that doesn't mean that. That doesn't mean what I thought it meant. Function equals null pointer. Yeah, I think I know what I need to do. We need to return some sort of thing here of like op suspend. Result suspend. And then we'd have like actually, we'd probably have to have this be a bit different. So like when we have result, so we have these, for example. Okay, let's return suspend object. Okay. Or like, yeah, await object. And as long as we have, or as long as this object is both valid and not done, we do something with it. So this should be a GD script function state, ideally. So let's double check. So is there no GD script function state in here? So this thing is somehow not... Okay, but we do know that we have these functions. We have resume, we have isValid, we have signal callback, we have completed. And completed is a signal, and it has a result here. And so what we would do is just object.connect, or object dot, let's say actually if not object dot has signal completed, print or write error. No such, or no, cannot await a synchronous object. There we go. And then we'll just return true. Otherwise, we return await here. And now what we can do is anytime we do result, or like is dictionary. Okay, if R is dictionary, if end in R, if format in R, swap to in R, elif await in R. So here we actually need to have something to like... Actually, what if we just have like fucking await R dot await? Oh, wait, but okay, now it's a coroutine, so that'd fuck it up. I don't want to do that. I still want this to be like a normal synchronous function. It would just do like something else in here. We need to have a new result here, I think. Yeah, what can we return here? So we return find next item, return result skip, return R. Okay, I think we just need to return R here as well. And so when do we call find next item? I guess that'd be in the viewer itself. Eval.find next item. Oh, but we never use it though. Oh, okay. We do when we advance. So if eval next item or f dot is that, if eval dot or is, let's say if f is dictionary, and I guess I'll do an elif even though it's, you know, redundant, and await in f. Display message dot let's create some functions here. With item with message formatted, skipping, breaking only once. Narration. Message. Pass. Let's say a static function method. These will be our little constructors here. Because yeah, I'm just gonna have it print out ellipses. Var_m equals message new. Ooh. Okay. Oh, and then we should have text here. Okay. So yeah, now we should be able to do this dot narration. And then this will be another issue where we'd have to, I think what we'd have to do is we'd have to pause input here. Let's say like var for object. Waiting for equals f dot await. And then we return true, and we'll have this stuff. Actually, we won't even display anything. How about we just... Yeah, what if we just don't do that at all? Because, yeah, we don't need to display this at all. So now what we're going to do is, after we call advance... Maybe input... So on item context canceled, auto-manage input, function input, if not visible in tree, if waiting for return. We will not do that. Instead, we're going to have waiting for, actually we're going to do if f dot await is valid, or no, dot is valid. Waiting for equals that. And then waiting for dot completed connects on awaited. Function on awaited. Waiting for equals null. Result equals null. Because I believe it's guaranteed that this will not be completed in the same frame if it actually has all this stuff. Let's see if this all works. So what we'll probably want is some sort of like UI element to indicate this is what's happening. And so that way I can also just see that that's what's happening. You know, we just have a signal on the viewer, some sort of like base method. Man, my controller, I think it's on its last legs, mostly because the cable is broken. But okay. So okay. So that didn't work. Oh, wait, because it doesn't... Okay, because we need to wait until it's done. We have to delay the display of that prompt. Huh. Oh, and that broke everything. Because we still need to have it get the same... Okay. Yeah, because it still needs to work basically the same, like when we do await. We should not actually return R here. What we actually need to do is... we still need to get the correct item. Okay, so I know what we need to do. We need to have a new signal. Signal waiting for object. For async calls, and then when we do async call, we actually return true, but we have waiting for emit object. And then we just return true there. So we get our normal results. And then here, instead of having this here, we're going to have a function called waiting for. So when we do our eval dot waiting for connect wait for, and then we have on awaited, so we're going to do function wait for object, or let's say if waiting for print debug, no, push, let's say write error. Help me. elif, not object. No, let's say if elif object is valid. Waiting for equals that. And then we actually need to do waiting for connect. No, completed connect on awaited connect one shot. On awaited. Okay. So that should now mean that this will work. Kind of. Maybe. Because it still won't do... Actually, we should also have... when we find the item... Now there's a bunch of other stuff that I do with, like, hiding and showing things that we don't need to do. Oh, right. I need to start a new game, I think. Or... Who else has items that we can get? Okay, I just need to start a new game. Turn your head around, bozo. There we are. Okay, there we go. Oh, right. Oh, wait, no. The challenge photos don't have the asynchronous stuff yet. So yeah, this still doesn't actually fix the core issue, which is that I want the... What I want is... basically, we don't display the option until... how do I do that? I think I can do that just fine. So when we go to await... Huh? Don't need an exit there. I think I want this to happen after we await this. Okay, I think that's... I think that's the best I can do, because otherwise... Because basically the way that the dialogue works is once this is printed, this then runs. Or no, this runs... Yeah. This runs after this is printed. Or as soon as it's printed. Because it gets the next item immediately. So we have to have this say this, and then we run this. And so I think we actually need display to be here. So we're going to do like var msg equals eval message. Then we're going to do that. And here, when we do display, we should actually have this, Let's say, if waiting for... If we're not waiting for anything, we'll display the message. Otherwise, we actually need to have now a, like, waiting message. Else, awaiting message equals message. And then if awaiting message, display, awaiting message, and awaiting message equals null. Okay. So this should now work just the same as it did, except for we get the next item before technically we display it. And now this will work slightly confusingly because now this is displayed and fully like run before this is printed. So it's a little confusing. I think for the next version of this dialogue editor, I want the language to work differently. Where I want it to be much more clear, like what's control flow and what is like effects of a particular line of dialogue. Though how would that... I'd have to figure out how I want to properly handle async functions like this. Ooh, wait, hang on. It almost worked. So... Why did this not work, then? Oh, because it returns false because that was the last line of dialogue. So we also need exit to suspend itself. So wait for... let's say auto-weighted. Let's double check what this is doing. So, like, advance... So do we never check the result of the function? If not, if I'll get next item end, return false. Okay. So I think here is where we're going wrong. We need to not advance when we are, what is this? Oh, I guess that's fine. So returns true of the dialogue, or if the dialogue continues, false otherwise. So yeah, let's say if waiting for, return true. And then what we're going to do here is else, or I guess just advance. Which will hopefully work. No, we don't need that there. Yeah, this is going to be hard to figure out properly. Because, yeah, the game starts, or this is typically the last action we do in the dialogue, because we want it to be, like, processed. And because I did the whole dialogue, I need to start a new game. Oh, wait, no. I think I can... Hang on. Where's my save? I guess it's not in here. Kitty found a camera, save 1, info, old man. So photo challenge completed. Let's get challenge completed removed. And then items. We're also not going to have the car keys. Okay. I like that little splash screen. Okay. Because, yeah, it almost works, it seems. Because, yeah, we don't hear that dialogue. But for some reason, the next time we press advance... Wait, actually, what if we just did... Advance here. What if we just had if waiting message? Then we just like display awaiting message, return true. Oh wait, no, and then we'll have awaiting message equals null. And so when we do on awaiting here, we don't actually do that, we just set that there, waiting for equals null. And we can have waiting for... Oh yeah, we already disable input when we're doing that. Okay. So now it shouldn't do the ending stuff until we press advance again. And so I should be able to press A and it'll be like, okay, now you do that stuff. Alright, we need to go back into here. We don't need that anymore. We know everything that we need to know about this thing. So car keys, we don't need those. Challenge, photo. Don't need that, don't need that. Yeah, I'm really glad that I made my save file so easy to edit. Okay. Oh yeah, now we already have the photo for it. Huh, that still breaks the game though. And that's because... Oh, because we already have this here. So we need actually, end in F. So if not eval or that, return bool awaiting message. Or let's just say awaiting message not equal null. And eventually we can do, yeah, something nice with starting the await and doing that. Whoa, that's weird. How did I fuck that up? So what did I fuck up now? How did this... So this is... Okay, so somehow this changes... What? What did I change? How did that break? Okay. Don't need any of that. Got all those, okay. When we find an item... That's nothing important. Hang on. Show item, show item. Am I stupid? Where's... Oh, because it's in CD add-ons. Dialog. Okay, if waiting for return. You know, we don't even need to have... We can just do... Unawaited waiting for equals null. Oh wait, no, okay. This is correct, because yeah, we need waiting for to block the input. And then when waiting for is null, we then need the ability to check the awaited message, because that's a separate process. We enable input and then we display the message. So did I break the dialogue then? Hang on, let's see what the hell just happened. So, because yeah, I don't understand how I've like broken rolling out the text. Because that should be in, if we go to display, viewer bubble? Actually, does this use a different advance? No, okay. That uses the base advance. Is there anything in display that I'm not doing correctly? Huh. How is this not, Oh, because this has show message, list reply, show special menu, all that stuff. So if message.skip return, if message item text message, so show text, I think, narration bubble, localize, start rollout. So why is this not being called? What is the meaning of that? Actually, so does that mean, so is this being done at some point? Let's just check all of our boxes here. Yeah, so who's doing this? That's not right. OnUse photo. UI.player.onUse photo. If UI in dialog, UI dialog show text. This isn't correct. What even is that? Is that a thing that was just broken the whole time that I didn't realize? I don't understand. Okay, that's fair. Okay, but oh wait, I just realized the actual bug is we haven't started the dialogue. What the fuck is going on? So now something is completely fucked when we use the text or use photo or whatever. If we go back to the player. Yeah, so this was actually correct, I believe. What's happening, though, is somehow... Somehow this label started up a thing. So notify narrow state photo block photo old Wilson house. So we have the go to special here. So I'm dumb and stupid and don't get how I changed this. Like, did I change it from something that I did recent, like today? Is it, so what would I even have changed? Because I don't think we're even calling async call anywhere here. So static func narration, we do that, async call does that, and it just has, it emits a signal that we're waiting for something and then it returns true, as if it's already succeeded. Environment waiting for connect, wait for... Yeah, we didn't even change anything inside the evaluator anymore. So clearly something is either in the viewer that's no longer valid. Because, yeah, somehow we're not going to the thing we need to go to anymore. And that means go to special isn't working right, but only at the startup. Hang on, let's just get status. Let's get stash. Oh wait, but that's gonna fuck everything up. Yeah, actually, yeah, get stash that. Get stash all that as well. Actually, there's like 10 quadrillion changes that we made, aren't there? Didn't I do a whole bunch of stuff that's unrelated to all this stuff? Okay, well, whatever. Reload it all. Take your time, kiddo. I'm clicking the reload button and it's not working. Okay. We'll also need to beef up this loading screen a little bit, I think. I guess it's probably fine for the demo. Maybe I'd like some, like, nice shots of stuff. So, the issue was... Okay. So, somehow, some way, something I did broke the dialog viewer. So let's go back to add-ons, np dialog, git stash pop. We can narrow down what happened. So was it a change to the actual dialogue? Or was it somehow the, like, 2 lines of the dialogue evaluator that I changed? And, like, adding, like, 1 line. Okay. So now we've completely broken, specifically, using items at startup. So presumably it must be having added, having changed this to be that. Display message at the end. Oh, because it returns here. Is that possible? No. Let's do input display. No, dialog viewer. Which is up in D. I got too much crap open all the time. I wish you just, like, closed all scripts when you started up. But okay, so advance. This is assuredly incorrect here, where we do this. So yeah, we need to have this right now. Because somehow displaying the message here I think I know what it is, potentially. Basically, the display function, there is some behavior that depends on checking if text is being displayed at this moment. So if I do this now... Okay. So somehow the text rollout doesn't do its thing. So it was when we go to the dialog viewer bubble. This was being called inappropriately. But why would that be called? In dialog. So when we go to try this again, because I don't think this actually runs, which is strange to me, because that means somehow special goto does not start the dialog unless we unless we display the message after we've gotten the next message. Okay. So that's interesting. In dialog, UI dialog show text. And then go to special photo. Oh, right, and this is because, I remember now. The reason I have this is so that it doesn't, Huh. Okay. Wait, but that doesn't actually make sense. Show context? Oh wait, no, show context doesn't matter at all. That should be working just fine. So somehow go to special doesn't work unless we've already displayed a message. And that's because go to special, enable replies, find item, go to special, push stack, next item equals that, find next item, advance. If awaiting message, do we do all this stuff? Oh, and also when we start dialog, awaiting message and waiting for should be null. But that shouldn't be anything. So, okay, I think, first of all, I think this show text is not what I want anymore. What I should probably do is, like, cancel text or something. So we just do, like, function cancel text. Well, yeah. Because we don't need that signal there. But yeah, the main reason I don't want to have So yeah, why does that work? But it doesn't work if I do my display message here. Because yeah, we need to have this happen after that. And I just don't see how this could possibly, how this display could possibly change the actual result that we get from a goto function. So message equals eval.message. Otherwise, we display it. So we're displaying the exact same message. It's just that now... But this code isn't supposed to depend on what we're displaying at all. Because yeah, we just set our next item to that. Maybe display does something here? Message item, eval current format. That could be an issue. Oh wait, but that's just for errors, so I don't need to worry that much about that. So to show message and do list replies are like these? Oh! But these should also have the message there. List replies. Yeah, this needs a message as well. Or like dialog evaluator message. Okay. And then also dialog viewer vertical needs this as well, which I think it actually has it just fine because this is like the default. Yeah, because this one's like it inherits most of its behavior from the base class. So here, list replies, okay. So now it should not get that from there. Super this, that. Replies get children. Okay, and it does that well. And then when we list replies here, again, we don't use eval.message anymore. We just use our main thing. Wait, hang on. Eval working item equals reply. Eval otherwise. Apply choose bind. Message equals message new with item reply. Huh. Okay, I think that's correct. Anything else here that would not have this? No, okay. I think these are all correct otherwise. But yeah, then my big question is, how does this change the course of the system? I think I might need to just significantly rethink my dialogue now. You know, because we have a lot of these spooky actions. So what is our message here? It's empty. Oh, wait, no. Oh, wait, yes. Wait, what? Huh. And then we actually get a proper message here. We don't have a proper message here? Am I stupid? Wait, what? What are we displaying then? Oh, right. We're pressing A. Wait, what? Yeah, okay, we're really fucked now. I don't have the faintest idea what's happening. Okay. It is from here when we use the photo interact self. I think what I need to do is just have the ability to start dialogue at a particular point. And so we would do that by just interactable interact self. I think we do need this though, because what if we had a function called special interact? Or what if we had a special label here? And so here when we enter the dialogue, which recursive, it like goes in a loop, which is kind of stupid, but that's fine. We need to have that equal nothing by default. Okay. So I think what we need is we need start dialog here, which has a starting label. Interesting. Why did I set it up this way? What if I just have this be a normal player? Whatever. We basically need to change this to have the ability to, like, start dialogue from, like, an arbitrary point. Yeah, so whenever we do this starting label here, dialog start starting label, I'm going to change this to be dynamically typed, and then we're going to have another, we're going to go one layer deeper. We're going to do the same thing here, and then we're going to go one layer deeper because we need to go even deeper. And this will now be anything, because what we're going to have is we're going to go even one layer deeper. And this will also be potentially something other than an array. And what that's going to be is when we have this starting label, enter starting label. If starting label, let's do if starting label is string. Elif starting label is array s equals sequence dot find special. Actually, wait, hang on. Does find label actually work with arrays? No. How do we find a special? Oh wait, we need to do that from find item. Okay, I see here. Starting label pop front starting label. And actually I'm realizing we could do this a little bit smarter by having like args equals this. And then basically we'd have like if starting label is string, if args dot is empty, or let's say like if not args or args is empty. We do that, else and this is now going to be starting label args. Okay, so we're going to change this a little bit. This is still going to equal nothing, and then the args equals array. And we can just have this now be that. And then we can come back up to the dialog viewer. Take your time, Godot. Args equals nothing. Oh, right. Of course, silly me. And then we'd have the exact same thing here. Args equals nothing. And then input ready. That's all good. Block stays start here. Interactable now. We'll have Entry, yeah. So now we have entry and special args. And that means here we have args equals an array. Add an argument to 50 quadrillion things here. Why did I have this like so deep in here? There's so many nested things. This is what inheritance gets you. Whenever you need to add one argument to a function, you actually need to add one argument to 7,000 functions. But okay. Did we even go to the place where it needs to be done? We need to go back to the interaction, like show photo. Use photo. So here, we're not actually going to do this. We're going to use interact self. And interact doesn't even work correctly because this needs to be entry equals nothing, args. Actually, I'm just going to call this fucking photo args equals this. Then we're going to have entry. So let's say if dialog, if photo args, and not photo args is empty. Enter dialog, player, photo args, else, do that. Okay. And then now we can start the dialog, so we have the custom entry and all that stuff. Okay. So now, we don't interact here. We're going to do photo subjects. And we're just going to show context here. And actually, we should probably have if interactable.dialog. Wait, yeah, let's say if interactable and, oh wait, no. Let's say elif UI and dialog, and then we're going to have this be guaranteed. Well... Okay, I see what to do. If UI in dialog. We need this as a separate thing. And we don't even need that anymore. Okay. Oh, I guess we do need this. I guess, hang on, show context. How does show context work? Label. If label equals that dot subjects. Okay. So when we interact, we still need to get the active subject here. Go to special. God, and here I need to do, again, We can hide the camera settings and then do this? Yeah, and again, we can do it this way where we return dialog start. And when we start the dialog, we return super dialog start. And when we get super dialog start, we return start. Oh wait, no, we need var L equals start. Return L. And then this has var L equals the eval start. Return L. Actually, I think it's much earlier in this process that we, No, I think this is correct. Because then we do eval start, return enter. And here, var, or return, no, wait. Go to special. Wait, how the hell do we go to special again? Or we just do next item equals. Like that. And that should be correct, yeah. And then what we're going to do is, if we have a label, all right, and this is explicitly void. This is too much shit. I've fucked up too much stuff here. What was even the, like, goal here? This isn't, none of this is even tangentially related to the goal. Which was to, I guess it was. Because, yeah, all I wanted to do was have the ability to start dialogue from a particular argument. And that now has to return some sort of dialogue label thing. And this is not void anymore. It's some dynamically typed horror. And basically... Oh wait, I see. S should be there. And then we should also have var label. Item label. Okay, and then we're just going to return the label here. And actually, we should be able to get... I think these labels exist here. Actually, I'm just realizing. Does enter not... Okay, no. Enter... So we initialize, and then we enter. Okay, so this is correct. I should probably just have the initialize and enter functions be two separate things. I think that would be correct. Yeah, rather than trying to have everything attached to this. But it's too late for that. So basically now, if we come all the way back to the player when we show a photo, or use photo, we get this label here, and then if label, var label is dialog evaluator item label. So label equals that. Equals that. And then if we have a label, we do that. Okay. So now this is a bit more constrained, where if we have an interactable item and we aren't in dialog, and this interactable has dialog and it is not a player car, we will then interact with it at this particular subject. Otherwise, if the UI is in dialog, we do all that stuff. And that means that now I should actually double check every single one of these. Oh god. Yeah, we need to close everything because we need to get every single one of these and add the args there. Because yeah, now we can choose a particular thing to do. Okay. Oh wait, no. And now args equals nothing. And here we don't do anything. Oh, wait. Yeah. Wait, no, we do. Because, yeah, we might want to show a photo to it. So, start dialogue, self, get mode speaker protected. Ooh. Not save load, get stat, bear, discuss, protected. Huh. Why did I do that there? Yeah, this should just be in... I think this should just be in our, bear. Hang on. Go to the bear. Not game. Bear discussed protected, and player has item protection. Okay. Yeah, okay. So now we should do that. Otherwise we thrash the player. Which actually I could go even further. Wait, no, this is fine. Because otherwise you'd be able to show the bear a photo, which she doesn't care about. But okay. Args equals this. And this just has that. So yeah, a lot of these won't actually have this. In fact, here we don't even need to have... I guess we can just say that's fine. And actually, I'm just realizing they all need that, though, because otherwise there'll be an error. Okay, that is photo arg, this, there, custom action, there, chair, there. Okay. So if we close everything, close everything. I'll need to like interact with everything, so it won't be enough to just do the achievements. I'll have to like check like if I can sit on things and show photos to things that doesn't, you know, do anything. Oh yeah, now I should have, I wish I'd like, okay. Git stash. Actually, git status. Oh, God. You know, fuck it. Fuck it all up. Your local changes to files will be overwritten by merge. Please commit your changes. Okay. What happened in the player now? Updated upstream, interactable. Right, okay. So now we don't need to do anything special with, yeah. Yeah, none of that was relevant. Anything else? No? Okay. Git merge continue. Huh? Wait, hopefully I didn't fuck up, Oh, wait, but now we need to actually go back to... If... Okay, so we know what the core issue is, which is the, like, core conceit of this. Which was, like, moving around the messages, so I'm just gonna... adding async functionality. Just push that for now. And like, what did I do here? Literally, what did I do? If game pattern show extra hint. Oh, okay, I see. Why is this null? Hang on. Input prompt. Okay, there we are. Hide extra hints sometimes. Did I make sure to push the, dialog? Okay. NP... What was the other one? Options? Yeah. And that's just going to be... font color is not helpful right now. Or... remove font color customization. For now. Okay. Update the modules. Okay, phew. This is going to be one of the messiest changes we've had. Because, yeah, I think I need to totally reconsider how messages work. Because what I actually need is, like, the message itself should encode whether or not it's asynchronous or has an asynchronous event on it. And then if it does, we, like, activate it, wait for it to do its thing, and then do other things. But okay. We're going to skip that for now. Well, now it's fucked up. Oh, wait, because we needed this. Okay, because this means that end... Okay. Var end equals false. Or ending. So this is going to be ending equals that. And then return not ending. Okay. So we do this stuff. Alright. So if not requires input. And I'll also... I've been trying to use the the explicitly spelled out not. So that way it's much easier to see. But okay. Okay, so that was the issue with that. Where basically it would end before the last message because I did that. Like, that's just what the code did. And let's double check that this works. Okay. And so now we don't start the dialogue and then go to a new thing. We just start the dialogue at the given branch. And that should... Because of the way that I've set this up, there should be no invalid dialogue. But if there is, it'll just start from the top of the thing. Okay, so that seems to all work again. But the actual core that we wanted to make sure of was that we could, like, get our dialogue working. So we go back to close tabs to the right and close this one. And open info.json again. Challenge completed. Is that the one that we needed? Yeah. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting. It's not a resource, so we don't need to, like, wait for it to load, like the dialogue. It's just something that we load in here. Okay. And it doesn't work now, which is awesome. Because this was supposed to be if not waiting for display. And why would that be? Hang on, didn't we literally put that in here if we do... Go back to the old man? He's not in there. Like, there's an await right there. Matches my old photo. Okay, that's fair. Oh, wait. Yeah, that was supposed to not happen. In fact, let's say when we wait for something, we should just print debug. And then print debug. So actually, I want to see all three of these. And probably also this. Okay. Good. Okay, so it did not call waiting correctly. And that's because, so when we input here, so if in dialog and not item get visible, we set our input advance here. We advance. So why did awaiting not change that? Did I remove the code from here? No, we have waiting for connected here. If we go to the dialog evaluator, does this still have async call here? So this should have awaited that? Huh. What's the message that we're actually trying to display here? Here, I took this... Oh, wait, because this isn't a... I just remembered, because this isn't a fucking thing that I actually, like, did this way. I forgot this was not the asymmetrical one. Okay, so we don't need that. We need this one. Okay, so that emits that, and then we do that. Then we can go there, and it didn't work. It was supposed to print that we're waiting for a thing. Why would that not work? Waiting for emit object. Was there any errors here? No. Wait for object. If object is valid, else we do that. Else we do this. Okay, so waiting for is null, still. Huh. So, how did this not do the thing? It might actually be an object. Yeah, so somehow, it seems like we're not connecting to our waiting for object. Let's try this again. Oh wait, I forgot. I need to go back into the save, remove, challenge completed again, remove this, so that way we can see what's new. And then we just go up to him, show him the photo. So how is that not applying? Because yeah, we have... Now it's just not calling the function. With no error message, it's just... This emit just isn't doing anything. Eval.waiting for connect wait for object and object is valid. So why would this be not happening? Oh, because we probably don't call our super ready. So if we go to the viewer or here, oh, we don't do that. Fascinating. I'm just stupid. UI settings apply. Child tree entered connect on message added connect deferred reset. Actually, what is... Oh, okay. And I see. On message added doesn't actually do anything for us. Okay, let's try this again. Interesting that that was not set up. That we could just, like, let it run without initializing anything appropriately. So why was any of it working? Okay, so now that allegedly works for items. It still feels a little bit wrong with the way that the dialogue is not... So I think what I want is when we wait for a thing, I actually want to hide the bubble until the next time we say something. Yeah, when we wait for... I kind of want to do, like, bubble... No, speech... Actually, we should probably just have, I want to have a thing right in here. Which I guess I'll just do as, like, I guess just display awaited, or, like, on awaiting. And what this will do is it's just going to hide all of our stuff. Function on awaiting. Let's say speech, hide, thought, hide, narration, hide. And here is where we would actually have some sort of result here. So we could also have like a, you know, on awaited, we would eventually do the other things. And we could even have on awaited and immediately advance the text. Right, I forgot that doesn't need to be done yet. Yeah, I'm going to actually do that right now. So basically, on our bubble, on awaited, result equals null. We're going to do super on awaited results. And actually, we don't. And then, like, advance. So yeah, we just press A or whatever we do. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting. I need to modify the save again. Because I want to have photo challenge there, challenge completed there. There we are. We just show him the photo again. Yeah, I still have the hope of, like, rewriting the whole game, or, like, rewriting basically an engine in the D programming language, and then, like, really thinking through the runtime and stuff for this. So what am I testing now? Oh, right. Oh, right. Okay. I've done this in the way that I did this wasn't correct. Okay, so that isn't correct there. Basically what's happening is I also disable the dialog manually in my item get. Item get, or no, when we show the item, somewhere in here we disable dialogue at some point, because what we actually are doing here is we return true here and we reset here, and we have like this display to emit. So this is what's actually enabling and disabling input, not the waiting for object, which is strange because I thought that that would block the ability to advance. Oh, but I'm not using... wait, no, I am using the function input. Unless I'm using it here? Oh. Okay. So basically, what we actually need here is we need to, like, have a separate signal, I think. Okay. So, waiting, or like awaited, or like let's say, let's have just a function here, and waiting on awaited null. Actually, we just do. There we go. So instead of enabling and disabling dialogue, let's go to the player, somewhere in here. Presumably when we find an item, show item will probably disable dialogue. Item get, no. Inventory add, show item. I think show item does this. Between kill, visible item description, length, play, displayed, emit, item, display. Okay. This is what actually disables dialogue. And then what we should do here is we should do dialogue dot, I think we don't need displayed at all now. We will need dismissed, because dismiss is also going to do end waiting. And now what we can do is when we come back up to, yeah, okay. I think this is correct now. Basically now our awaiting function will handle this. And then when we end the waiting, we will do all of our stuff. And then I should actually still have it do when we dialog viewer bubble on awaiting. Do that. Okay, because now we don't manually hide and show the dialog viewer in the UI. Instead, we now have the async function, and that will block input until it's been awaited or manually ended. You know, we just disable the waiting for it. And actually that should mean when we go to item get and oh wait, no, dialog viewer, end waiting. If waiting for dot completed disconnect self or on awaited. There we go. And hopefully that should still be fine. But yeah, now... Oh, right, yeah. We need to have the other thing. Dang, it's already been 2.5 hours. Okay, no more birds again. Or challenge photos. What was the issue with the signal again? Why did it not trigger? I don't even remember. Okay. Much better. And so now we should also figure out there's a few other conditions that might cause issues. Basically, trying to think through them. Like, if I wait the 10 seconds, because it also, like, automatically disappears after 10 seconds. Oh, and I should also have the prompt be hidden as well for using dialogue, just in case somebody's in dialogue, and I don't want them to mess it up. But okay. And we can also see this is still here. Oh, I see. It manually disappeared. Oh wait, no, because the item prompt was underneath of this, and A still activates it. That's a bit janky. I mean, I guess if the player's deliberately taking out UI on top of other UI to try and break the game. Let's just test the doctor. But okay, that does seem to work now. Yeah, I think the system's getting quite messy, though. Oh, yeah. So what are potential issues with this? I'm thinking, is there some way that I can make it so that the waiting for object is destroyed without us having completed it? I know. I still need to have... So let's test this. So, like, let's wait the full 10 seconds here. Oh, this is the big one. Okay, so this is the one where you can see the text is too much. Okay. Okay, that worked well. So yeah, I like that now it automatically advances the dialogue. It feels a lot less, janky. And now we can actually start removing some of the dialogue, because a lot of that was basically to like make it like just filler, so that way you didn't miss something important when you pressed A and the dialogue popped up over top of the dialogue, or the item, you know, thing. So yeah, when we find an item, just do that. Yeah, so big rat here. Find item. Oh wait, no. Dialogue again. So here's a little something. Here's a little present for all your hard work. Orb mode. Give you temporary access to my part of the tunnel network. Let's say just here. Okay. I think a lot of these I actually did correctly. Okay, so all of those work. And then we need challenge photos, which are actually quite easy. Well, they're going to be quite similar. Okay. I think that'll work. Load challenge photo. So we're going to just do an await, add challenge photo. And then like await UI show challenge photo. Because show challenge photo needs to do the exact same thing. Await that. Because yeah, now both of these... Oh wait, no. We need to return await. Right, and because these are duplicated, we just can do that. Also, for consistency. Single quotes. On awaited, so awaiting async call. Return await that. And then where's the stickers? We should do the same thing here. Return await item get that. Which should do, yeah, okay, that does that. And then when we find a photo, that should also return await. False. There we are. Okay. We're going to return await here. And double check that this is actually all set up correctly. Okay, good. So now I need to refactor all of my challenge photos, all 2 of them. Okay, we got 3 of them actually. And I think these have the exact same behavior where they block the input, or where they now manually end waiting. And yeah, you can see the fact that I have to switch the syntax as well is very clunky. I just haven't, like, properly configured things. But okay. Oh, and then we also need to find stickers here. Which, thankfully, there's only one NPC that actually gives you a sticker. Thanks for my syntax highlighting. I can tell what's happening. I think syntax highlighting is so useful. Just being able to see potential syntax errors right in the text editor, just from, like, the way the colors are, saves so much, like, time and brain power. Especially for things like this, where it's going to be quite a long time to actually test all of this. Because, yeah, I need to basically just play the game to 100% completion again. Also, interact with basically everything. Ah, because you see, the context is gone. Hang on. We need to go back to UI, show context. No, player, show context. So what is happening here? So label interactable interact. This doesn't seem to be actually... Ah, because this... First of all, I need to do that. Or we need to do... for L equals... dialog evaluator dot item label. We need to emit the signal always, and then return L, and then we need to have here do the exact same thing. So we're starting the dialogue through the player, and that actually needs to go to this player, which has this, which then goes back to the UI. Okay, and then that goes here. And then that goes there. And then that comes from here. And that comes from here. And that comes from here. How many functions deep can we go? This is the deepest call stack in the entire world. So find label does not actually get us... Oh, I see, okay. So L should equal labels label? Or starting label? Okay, so now I think there's, in any instance where we actually get a label, we should get this. Actually, doesn't labels always have a, I'm going to double check that. I think this might not always be the case, where the custom entry is actually proper, like, set up like that. We should probably just restart the game. And actually, I just had a cool idea. My startup camera should not be at the very top of the world, because that is unnecessary. I want it to be from the perspective of the goddess, looking down upon the city. Technically, there's some stuff then that might not be correctly done, but I'm going to do this because I want to. Like, just look at how cool that would look. Then how wide should this be? I want this to be like 120 even. Something weird. I just think this would look neat. Because yeah, now technically it doesn't like do the shader thing of like... Because basically the reason I have this is so that the whole world is rendered and the shader compilation happens. But I think it just looked neater if it isn't that. Okay, so I was testing things like getting items, the dialogue, making sure all that stuff works properly. I've actually forgotten what my agenda was for this specific playtest. Did it just do nuh-uh 4 twice? Good question, then. We won't do that. Started. Yeah, let's say bear chores there. Oh, right. Okay, those are the stickers. Okay. Wait, what was I even supposed to be? Right, I need to double check the intro apartment. Intro bear, I think, is the correct guy. If we go to probably NPC, probably intro bear, and probably his dialogue, which is not here because it's actually in the cutscenes intro apartment. Right? Who is this? Yeah, okay, here. So I think that isn't set up correctly. What would be happening here? Let's have a stack trace of like displaying text. If we go back to our dialog viewer bubble, show text. Okay, so we should have Naam 4. And that is coming from show message, display advanced, choose reply. Okay. And then if we press it again, it seems like it's sending this twice. Okay. So why is this happening now? If not waiting for display message. Show message, show text. So what is the difference here? Because we get the same message. Basically, what it used to be was display message right here. Is it because we're getting a message that's being used? Oh, because this message is always here. Okay. And so I think what's happening is when we do message equals... No, okay, when we find the next item, we create a new message. But maybe just to be safe, I'll duplicate the message. var m equals message new. So we're going to do just here copy. Return m, and yeah, we're going to do like basically everything. How many times can I press return for it to not do it? There we go. Okay. So I think it might be that somehow the message is being changed, like in place, because yeah, we do have that there. Oh yeah, we should probably reload the stuff so that way our info... There we are. I guess we didn't save, so it doesn't matter. Okay. And then we'd have his message. So why would it be after a reply? And then... Why is it happening twice? I think I'm not getting the correct, I'm not really looking at the first response, and I think I should be. I think that's the key to this. Because I think that that one is coming from a different place. It's coming from, like, the replies, and for some reason, it's no longer updating the way that it was before. Okay. Right, because it's coming from choose reply. And let's do, like, I don't know, 400. So that way we can have enough space here. Okay, so when we choose a reply, we advance manually. Next to value, because of eval, get next. Then we find the next item and we advance. So why would this change what we're doing here? Because we're still getting this same message here. Because yeah, basically, if we just did this... I believe this will fix our thing here, and we don't need display... Well, I guess we could just print the stack here if we really want to. Print, like, text. And then we print the stack, and then we do our things. And that'll be perfectly fine for that. But yeah, with the display in this order, I don't think that we have the same issue. Yeah. Oh, wait. I think I know what it is. When we go to display, this is what changes the... Okay, list replies is what actually does a bunch... Like, this has tons of side effects, actually. Yeah, because we're setting otherwise and all this stuff. We're evaluating tons of stuff here. And so I think what we need is basically we can't have replies after a deferred thing. No, that doesn't make any sense at all. If replies not equal 0, okay. Resize replies call deferred. So yeah, our big issue now is that display for list replies. How do we get around this then? Yeah, we need to do a bunch of this preparation stuff, but only for replies. Right, error, no replies. Man, the reason this is happening now is because when we find the next item here... Actually, what if we go to our dialog item? Okay, so if the dialog item requires input, I think we don't automatically get the next item here. So we go up to this bubble viewer, or we go to the dialog viewer here, and then display message. So we're going to have basically, if not message, item requires input. Because this is set when we display the item as a side effect, and that's not what we're about anymore. We should have fewer and fewer side effects, I think. In fact, why do I even have requires input as a property of the evaluator instead of just, like, updated with the message? But okay. Yeah, that was literally what it is. So now, what was even the thing that I was supposed to be testing? I guess I just gotta go through the whole game. Oh yeah, we don't need to be up there. Oh, and I changed the toilet paper here, so that way you kick it around as a reward for getting up there, instead of it, like, messing up your ability to jump. There we are. There we are. I like that. Okay. So yeah, now we need to do all the video game stuff. We need to just talk to characters, make sure everything works. Let's check basically if I talk to Bill and then I look at the chair. Will that mess up my ability? Will that mess up the UI somehow? Actually, what happens if I go from Bill to a different NPC? I mean, this is very deliberately, like, not a thing that we should be able to do since we're moving at, like, a quarter speed. But, I mean, I guess that's not that unreasonable. Wait, hang on. Aha. So now... Wait, what? Interesting. So what exactly was that where he let me use special dialogue twice? Because I'm not supposed to be able to use photos within photos anymore. Because that was confusing for players. And they would accidentally, like, skip over important dialogue. Yeah, like, I'm not supposed to be able to do that. So why is that? Hang on. Oh, wait. Let's unprint. Hang on. Go back to the dialogue viewer, or dialogue viewer bubble. Print stack. But we don't need like a billion debug messages everywhere. We can just hide those. Okay. The real confusion now is when we allow special dialogue. Oh, wait, hang on. Tests. What am I looking for? I'm looking for dialogue evaluator, actually. Allow special, or special dialogue allowed. Disable. So let's see. I'm trying to think. Where did I do that? Maybe in here? Maybe in here. Okay. Oh, because we need to have... Okay, I see. Because if I show a person a photo, it goes through a different path. It doesn't go through the go to special. It goes through now the start function. So what we actually need here is if args. If args. All right, no, let's do after this. So here eval active if args eval dot disable and not args empty. Disable special dialogue there. Okay. That was the issue. So now if we do this, we should no longer... Okay. Yeah, they're basically just two different paths. Also, why does this keep... Why is this always marked as new? Is it just different every time? Why is it... New. Now, where would that be? Why would that be? What's unique about that dialogue? Oldie. Oh, wait, no. State. No. Save load state data. So Bill, no, old man, B, photo roadwork, photo challenge, photo bird. This isn't working. Wait, what the fuck just happened? I can't use the controller here. I can't select anything. Oh no. Just infinite like levels of shit. How did I even do that? Like it was focusing on nothing. Oh, is it because I paused and then did something here and then, like, you know, press resume or something? No? Also, I'm seeing the exclamation point is skewed there. Photo button. They're always wrong. This icon. Fit width proportional, keep aspect centered maybe? Or keep that the same. Okay. That looks better. Also, wait, I just realized that for some reason now this goes across the full width of the screen. Oh, because the fucking subjects. Hang on, we need to go back to photo or status. Can I make this its own thing? Is there any signals here that would be, like, fiddled with if we, like, go up to the status UI? Oh, there would be, because there's a lot of stuff that's, yeah, okay. So we can't do that. But what I can do is we can go to, we basically need every single one of these to have like a min width and stuff. So yeah, all of these need to be, let's do word. And then, oh wait, photo view. Is this the right thing? Yeah, this is the right thing. So I just never had this be, let's do like 45. No, let's do 30 as our min size. Didn't that work? Did that not work? Thank you, Godot, for just not setting the thing that I was trying to set explicitly. Okay, so now it functions more correctly. So yeah, now we have a secondary issue, which is that go to special is doing something differently. If we go to special... Oh, I see. Because we need to push all this stuff, and that needs to be done in the viewer. Special go to success.emit here. I guess we can just have this. Where the fuck would I do this? Yeah, basically special go no args. If args and not args that is empty, push stack l.block name. Let's say if l and not args is empty. Oh wait, no. If l and args and that. Yeah, I think our main thing is we need to add that to the stack. Because I think when we get the stack here... Push stack, push stack, push stack, stack... lock state, back. Okay, yeah. When we exit, we need to do that. Yeah, another thing that's different between starting and ending. Okay, there we go. Now that does that. Yeah, we just needed to add that to the context of the dialogue. All that other stuff is, like, not important for this. Oh, wait. I just remembered the bug that I was trying to fix was the fucking context. Does that work still? It doesn't work. It still doesn't work. Why does it not work? Hang on. Player, show context, if label. So where the fuck is this happening? So we have go to special, we have interact here, return L. L equals enter dialog, start dialog. Why did I design it this way? Because, yeah, at some point it needs to return a non-null label. That looks cool. What? Oh, I see. Because we're showing her a photo. Okay, so this label should be non-null. Good. And then on a manage input, set that, return L. L should be one of those. And we can actually set that to now be that. I forgot to, whatever. Hang on. Don't need that again. Okay. I need to remember F10, not F12. So L is also an object. Eval, find next item. We have advanced. L is here. We push those back, then we return L here. We interact. We return L again. And that should be... This should exist, this... what? So what did we... What did we not return? Because that's an item dialog label thing. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to not have this fucking thing, have a type here. Because I think there's something going wrong with that. Oh wait, we don't need that. We need this. Oh wait, okay, so that works still. We can see that one works. So yeah, there's something different about interact versus go to special. So interact, what does interact do that's different then? L. Okay, and we don't need this anymore. Okay, what did we print here? Print debug. If photo args and photo args is empty, enter dialog. Again, we're just going to do... Wait, no, that's not where we do that. Yeah, because we're very clearly starting the dialogue in the appropriate place. And then this dialogue evaluator item label. Dialogue evaluator item label. So yeah, we have photo old man. It's correctly there. So when we go to the player here, assert label. Okay, so what was S? Okay, S is null, somehow. And that must be because interact isn't returning things appropriate. Because interact doesn't return shit in most of these. Fuck me. Hang on. When we go to an interactable... Oh, right. Okay, yeah. So this dialog evaluator item label is supposed to be... right, because I didn't do this for all of these. Okay, go to anything that has super.interact. Okay. I love dynamic typing. In fact, I love static typing that doesn't check for things. You just write the code, and then it doesn't check it. Okay, so now... There we go. Beautiful. Now if we come back to the player and we do that. And this. And interactable 48. Interact. Yeah, so eventually all of these need to have that, but for now, that should be good. Okay, so I believe we have all three of these. Ooh, do I want to do re-bindable controls now? Well, what I should do first. So what is our actual change here? Oh yeah, copy async call now has more arguments. Oh yeah, now everything has a billion arguments. Or a billion types and stuff. Getting async working. I'm surprised that there's no... I'm trying to think, is there an instance where it would return, like, synchronously? I guess if you already have a sticker that they try to give you. No, but even then, it still works just fine. big messy refactor to get dialogue slightly, or to make items like not overlap with dialogue. Yeah, I think I just need to also have like way less global state and more. Yeah, because I like the idea of when you start dialogue, it returns you the label that it's starting on. That makes sense. And I like that now, instead of checking like, you know, does the dialogue require input on the evaluator itself, we check the individual message and do, you know, behave differently based on that. Alright, so should I do a full play? No, I'm not going to do a full playthrough until I get all the fixes done. I'm going to see that it works, as it does. And then I'm going to do the other thing. So yeah, let's get back to my controls. We're going to set this back to export. Oh wait, no. We're going to change... Yeah, we have this here. Where did I do that? So encode, decode, get property list for S and bindable. Oh yeah, when we go to options. There's settings. Game settings. Bindable actions here. There we are. This is where we initialize our bindable actions. And so now I need to like figure out how to set these up appropriately. Because I did it at one point, but I can't be bothered to remember how. But okay, I'm thinking every action should have two different buttons. One should be for the keyboard and mouse. The other should be for controllers. So if we come into options here, controls, we now have these. Okay. So yeah, the next step is to make it so that this does something. And also we should probably have like groups here. How do I do groups again? Actually, do we even have... Like, there's no way for me to set things up exactly how I want them here. Okay. Well, I think I know what I'm going to do. Options. So we need a confirmation dialog again. Oh yeah, these things are all like fucking terrible. Like they're laid out so badly nowadays because you have to, they're like a hard-coded thing where you can't just like set the size of them anymore. Or like you can't use them as like normal UI widgets. You have to like... No, can we do center of like main window screen? So, set input. And then there's something, like, can we put controls as children of this thing? Like a label here, so like, press input. Or press to, I don't know. New action, or, click cancel. And then, yeah, let's just center this. Center this. Displayed text. What am I looking for? I'm looking for word wrap, which I literally constantly forget where it is. Or like, set a new input. anything to set the input or click cancel. And then, yeah, full rectangle here. Okay. And I like that it has this fucked up fucking box. Hang on, if we go to default theme, if we go to like window, can we change something in here? Embedded unfocused border. So can we add like these as like I guess just this and then like panel disabled or something? Nah, let's just put that fucking there. And then I'm just going to test what this looks like here. Okay. It still has a fucking rectangle around it. Is there somewhere I can change that? Title, outline, modulate. So what if I set this to anything? Is there anything, any effect? Okay, I see. Title outline size, like, I don't know, 5 pixels. Eight, maybe? Yeah, I like that they have set it up so fucking jankily. Title fonts. Oh wait, is the font size? Okay, I like that this isn't even put in the proper place. But who knows? Maybe I'm getting mad for no reason. Maybe it will work just magically. But okay, this is going to be controls dialog. Options default. Oh yeah, we have that there. And eventually I need to set that as well. That'll be, yeah, we actually really need that for set defaults for a given tab. That's going to be so hard. But we need the re-bindable controls. Controls, oh, this is actually going to be... No, I know how to do this. Controls widget. Control binding widget. So we're actually going to have here signal prompted option name. And basically set pressed connect. Oh, right. We already have this. Emit option name. And now, how do I get this thing? Because we need to go to the options submenu. And, I'm going to call this a class name rebind widget. So submenu, options submenu, URI draw signal, prompted, option name. Okay. Let's call this a binding widget, or control binding widget like that. And yeah, we're just going to have this here. So anytime we construct a submenu, widgets, or like add widget. Okay, when we add a widget, if widget has a signal prompted, widget dot prompted connects prompted emits. There we go. So now we just have a signal there. And admittedly, we could actually just do a dot bind property name here. And then when this here, here we wouldn't even need to have that. We just prompted emit. Which admittedly, that's not even, that doesn't even make it better. I think the submenu, yeah, we'll just have that. Okay. Oh wait, that's still not going to do anything though. Because then we need to have the, for options here. So controls should be in here. Sub list controls prompted. Wait, hang on. Oh wait, this should be a vbox container dot prompted dot connect on rebind prompted. Okay. This is going to be controls pop up. Does that work? Hang on. Window. Wait, isn't this a pop-up? Oh wait, this is a confirmation. So what does this have? Probably from the accept dialog, we'd have some methods here. From the window, we might have some methods here. Okay, we do have pop-up. Pop-up centered. There we are. So now we should have the ability to set that up. And then we're going to need to have, I think for now, I'm okay with requiring the mouse to cancel an input. And then we can have like currently, like basically what I want in here as well is it will say what it currently is. So that way, if you want to cancel without the controller, you can do that. That didn't work. Why did that not work? Rebind start. Oh, right, because this needs to be option name string. Okay. Press anything to set the input or click cancel. Oh, but it should also like let you, it should release the mouse. Input manager, np input manager dot release. What the hell is this? We need a signal here or something to like release the mouse. I don't care. We're just gonna do input mouse mode equals input dot mouse mode visible. And then what I want is actually, so if we come into here, if we did display, no controls. So yeah, set input. Press anything to set the input or select cancel. Yeah, but we'll cancel there. And actually, we don't even need an OK button, I'm realizing. So if we go back into options here, we can change this into a... Oh, wait, and I see. I actually don't need this here. But I do actually, because I actually want this to be a V box. Yeah, because we're going to put this here. We're going to do this. Full rectangle. This now needs to have its minimum Y of 100 or something. And then we'd have a prompt. I guess input prompt. Label. So current input for action. I guess what I do... HBox. Label. So yeah, this is going to be our action name. And then layout. Expand this? No, we don't expand that. Also, what are we listening to? It's a little too avant-garde. Can't I, like, center this? Oh, there. And then we also have here, we're going to do, like, 15. No, we're going to do, like, 30. There we go. Okay, press anything to set the input, or click cancel. And then I also want this whole thing probably to be larger. We're going to do, like, 900 by 600. Let's do 700. Because this is guaranteed to be this big, or basically because we're using the stretch mode for the canvas, it's guaranteed to at least be 1080 pixels tall, regardless of whether or not the actual screen is that big. I should also test what this looks like on low resolution monitors. Okay. So I'm also going to have, when we're ready here, controls dialog hide, confirmation dialog hide as well. Let's have our hide and show stuff here, and then our connection stuff here. Oh, I think I know how I can do this. If we go to here, can I basically create an instance of our sub-options? So yeah, we have our options here. If we created a new version of that, let's go to settings. Okay, because here we have the scripts, option scripts. And so what we would do is option scripts dictionary. We would just create a new one from here. Okay. We could basically do a function get default options. I should do that, well, after we get the rebinding working. Yeah, that will be quite important for that. Which actually I'm realizing won't actually work for these options. We'll have to figure out some other way of setting that up. But missing action, request for node. Oh yeah, I see. That's fine. Options. So where the heck, if we go back to controls. Hang on. Why does it play the sound twice sometimes? Oh yeah, because this is what changed. This is from the focus changing, so it sometimes does that. But specifically for this one, only the controls there. Okay. So photo, toggle, zoom, zoom in, zoom out, zoom, reset. So eventually I'll have to have a way of, like, translating these. And yeah, for now, I'm fine with only these things being changeable. And I think, I'm good with this. If we do come back to our control binding widget, I actually, if I just get the control binding widget, no, I can't do that. That'd be annoying. I am going to do something similar to this, though. Where the hell is my options menu? Close everything else. Handle, input, no. Prompt, print, debug, or let's print option name. And let's also just breakpoint here, because yeah, I don't know what exactly the format is for this, and I can't be bothered to figure it out. I think it'll start with a, like, binding slash something or other. I keep forgetting where it is. Here. Controls, set input. What is the option name? Bindings, okay. So we're going to do var action equals option name substring index find slash try that again. Because yeah, then we need to set the prompts for the other things. Okay, so does this work? Oh yeah, it needs to do +1. Okay, and then what I want to do is I want to have both of those actions there, so we're going to do like a label. No, we need to have, I think I want the control action. I want this to have like an actual name, I think, or like a script associated with it. That'll be under prompts? No. So function set action string label dot text equals translate action hbox. Oh wait, no, this is the one that's supposed to be action. Gamepad prompt dot action keyboard prompt. Okay, and when we set these, they should update. Okay. And then, depict. Wait, hang on. Oh, we need to set the action. Okay. Wait. Why do I have it like this? Or why did I design it like that? Well, okay. Now what we can do is this controls dialog, set action, action. And then we show it. Okay. Which won't work yet? Yeah. Alright, okie dokie. Options, graph, no, controls. Okay. And how are these not being set to keys? So, gamepad mode. Is that because there's some sort of mode that's not being set here? How does it work in the widget then? Hang on. Widgets. Or binding widget. Okay, depict val 0, depict val 1, set option value. Oh, right, because that splits a thing by text and stuff like that. Set option hint, option name. Okay, so we can do depict with these modes here. I forgot that actually, like, action, gamepad. Let's say gamepad mode. There we go. Mode, keyboard. There we go. And let's hope that I did this here. Okay, I did that correctly there. All right. So we're one step closer. Keep forgetting. Okay. That didn't work. Can I convert argument 1 from string to object? What if we had depict underscore action instead? So we're going to do the same stuff. So I'm going to go back to this input prompt. Function depict. Action string mode input management prompt mode pass when we set the action here, interesting. So input management dot get input for action. Action mode dot not equal to input management prompt mode. Oh wait, no, we can literally have a thing here. IG dot var gamepad equals mode not equal to input management. Ooh, how do we do this? So yeah, here we have this thing for using the gamepad. Let's say static function get input for action and mode, then string mode prompt mode. And basically var_g equals false match mode. Oh, but now we actually need to have a... Let's just do g equals true. So auto detect... Actually, we can just do keyboard false. And then just return get input for action g. Eventually we could do something nicer for that. Get input for action and mode. Action mode. So it cannot infer the type of event because this does not return the type of the event like this one does. Okay. And now depict event. So yeah, the trickiest thing here will be setting these appropriately. So basically what I want now is I want this to be disabled. Oh, that should be what I do. Disable the OK button until we have this thing here. So we're going to do, let's say like pop-up action, and we're going to do pop-up centered. And then also, can we like get OK button dot disabled equals true? And we're also going to have our label text ready var main label equals vbox container label. Okay. Main label text equals press any button to set input or click cancel. Huh? Pop-up action there. So, what? Okay, I guess I just typed it wrong. Okay, so now we have this. And then what we're actually going to need to do is function ready set process input false. And we're going to have just a var here, or a signal input chosen event. Or input confirmed. So actually, onReady var gamepad prompt equals that key prompt equals this. Okay. So here we're actually going to do set process input true. Function input event if event is input event key or event is input event short. Actually, we'll do this. key prompt dot depict event input management dot prompt mode keyboard. Elif event is input event joy pad button, or event is input event joypad motion. We'll say we won't have mouse buttons there. And here we're going to do, again, a gamepad prompt depict event. There we are. And then we're going to have set process input. Actually, we're just going to say, yeah, you know what? False. And then main label text press OK to confirm or cancel to undo changes. Oh, wait. There we are. And actually, this should be var change equals false. Well, actually, let's just have like a... All right. There we are. So what I can do now... Oh yeah, and I also need to have get OK button disabled equals false here. Okay. So we should be able to now go to the controls, set this controls but dialog pop-up action. Non-existent function pop-up action on base confirmation dialog controls dialog. Let's say class name controls dialog. And let's say actually key event gamepad event. Okay. So why didn't this work? The controls dialog has the function pop-up action. Am I stupid? Oh, I am stupid. Okay. Well, I am getting close to 4 hours of streaming, so that's probably why I'm losing brain function. I like this, but I wonder if it's too cool. But okay, options, controls, set input. Press OK to confirm, cancel. Wait, hang on. Ah. Any button. Okay. Actually, what happens if I press... Oh, interesting. But if I click here... Okay, so that doesn't do anything. Except I am seeing some access stuff. What is that? Let's actually have and input dot is just pressed event dot whatever it is. Oh wait, but I can't fucking figure out. Hang on. Let's do or input event. Event is this and event dot get action strength. No, dot amount. How the fuck do we get the how the fuck do we get the amount of an input event thing here? Axis value. Okay. Event is this. And event.axis value greater than 0.8. So, okay, now you can't just, like, fiddle, like, you can't just, like, sneeze on your analog stick and set the input to that. And actually, we need to have this be the absolute value, I believe, because otherwise... I'm pretty sure this can be negative. I'll do that every single time. Okay. And then also, I want some other controls here. I want the ability to toggle zoom and toggle the camera. Because players have said before that they want to basically swap the camera zoom and the sticker zoom. So I'm just going to put that in here as some of our stuff for the re-bindable controls. Yeah, full binding stuff. And then also toggle zoom for camera, toggle sticker mode. And I think those are the only things you'd really need to change. Zoom in, zoom out, reset, FP. Where's sticker mode? Oh, I see. Right there. I think this options menu needs to be much larger as well. So if we go back to this UI, is the pause menu? I swear I've had... Can I make this whole thing its own little world? No, I don't think I can. Well, that's fine. I'm just gonna get this thing, make it bigger. Because we're gonna have this be like point, I don't know, 1.5? Yeah, because we don't really need to have that visible. Yeah, that feels better. In fact, I'd prefer to have it go up higher. 0.05 then? Yeah. In fact, maybe 0.02. So it's like almost all the way up. There we go. So now we got tons of room for all of our beautiful things. And also another thing I need to do is I need to make it so that these have a fixed width. And I don't think they need to... How am I going to do that? Basically what I need is for this to be like on that side. So like any sliders here, they work horribly with the mouse because the numbers here keep changing. Actually, if I just change the slider widget, so if we go to like a range widget here and just change the type of this to a V-box, or yeah, change the type of this V-box container, and then we'd have this be center aligned. I'm going to do that for the volume as well. Just going to have, yeah, just have a VBox container here with mute. No, we're going to have the slider and volume label here. Be there. There we go. Okay. And for the range widget, it should be exactly the same because we have that there. Center, and we also need to have size flex here. Expand it horizontally. Good. Okay. So now this should work much better. Let's see. I'm going to swap off of this. Okay. So now, there we go. Now these don't work like horrible garbage. Oh yeah, let's change that back to what it was, though. Okay. So now we have these labels work a little bit nicer. They are a little clunky looking, but I don't care that much. Why is photo axis 5? Oh, wait, because I'm probably setting it incorrectly. So if we go back to my UI here, when we set our, when we go to options here, key prompt depict, game prompt depict, gamepad mode. Huh. Axis 4, axis 5, axis 5. Oh, I see. And that's probably because these need to be set to not active. Isn't there some way that I have to do that? So if action else removed from group input prompt. Is that how I set these up manually? Set action refresh. Yeah, because this... Okay, yeah, it should not be in input prompt, and this one shouldn't be either. And actually, when we set it here, I guess that's fine. I'll figure that out soon. I should figure out, though, the main thing that I need to figure out, which is remapping these controls still. So if we go to my Godot action mapping. Okay, how would I make this... You know, let's get some, like, calmer music into here. There we are. Okay. Action mapper? How the hell is this thing done? When we do this, input map. Okay. How to create and use input maps. So I think a thing that we'll need to do is, Wait, does this thing actually... I'm just realizing, I don't think the input widgets even know what action... Like, so if we go to my binding widget, they don't have the option value at all because they don't need it. Because all we need to do actually is refresh it, basically. So option.name.split/1. Input, so focus neighbor left, rebind start. Once we have OK confirmed, let's say function OK pressed. I'm going to do signal confirmed. Dot. So we need to actually get these values here. We're going to do like var key input equals. So yeah, instead of doing this, we don't need this. Key input equals input management dot get action for, or get type for this in mode, action, mode keyboard. And then we just depict key input. Oh, and then we need to still have dot gamepad mode dot no. Even though it's literally an input action. Okay. Var gamepad input event. Okay. So basically, we always have both of these by default. And this will be depict gamepad input. And then when we set these, we're going to have key input equals event. And gamepad input equals event. And actually, yeah, we'll put this at the bottom here. Okay, so now we have these prompts. And so we can do an emit here with key prompt and gamepad prompt, which I think is correct for there. Yeah, or input. Oh, wait. Input confirms. Okay. And actually, we should have the action name here as well, I think. Name. Yeah. Action. Action name equals action. And then we'll have the action name there. So what's the deal with these? Why are these not? Static function called with an instance. Oh, right, because we can do np input manager. Like that. There we go. Technically, we could do that as well for that one, but that's fine. Okay. So we get our input, and then we depict that input in these prompts. And then we do the same thing here, where we depict our events, and we get the confirmation once any one of them is changed. So it'll be kind of clunky, because you basically have to press the button and then press confirm, but that's not that bad. And we should probably have it automatically highlight cancel. I'm going to see if that's here. Hide on OK, close on escape, auto wrap. Okay. And also that means confirmed dot connect OK pressed. There we are. Because yeah, we'll have the special input confirmed. And that means that then we would set the binding explicitly by coming back into options, or no, coming back into, let's see, settings. I guess it is here, actually. Because yeah, we're going to do controls dialog dot input confirmed dot connect on input confirmed. Oh, wait. That should be up with all of our signals. Okay. Function on rebind confirmed. So action, name, string, key, event, joy, or gamepad, event, pass. Okay. So now we need to have ooh. Controls. Okay. Controls. So sublist controls.vbox container dot options dot set bindings action name. Oh, this is gonna be tricky. Close other tabs. So we should be able to set a binding here. What is A here, actually? Okay. We can just set actions, binding name, double check what the order of this thing is. So A index, so index equals S1, A index equals value. Okay. So 0 and 1. What order do I have them in, though? Get default input for action, action false. Okay, so we do keypad and then, or keyboard and gamepad. Or keyboard and then gamepad. Okay. So yeah, I was correct in the way that I set it up here. Key, event, gamepad, event. And actually, we should probably set something here for like our submenu. Because I think the submenus would also have the ability to do something. So if we did like set option here. Yeah, because we'll need to refresh the widget. Let's go back to binding widget. Function refresh. Ooh. Wait, actually. We need to have that here when we get our controller binding read thing. We need the ability to get the widget for a given option. Var widgets. Dictionary string name to widget or like node. So yeah, we'll do widgets property.name equals widget. And then get widget name string name. Return widgets prop name. Actually, we'll just return get. Okay. And there shouldn't be a control. And that means that getWidget here can also return a control. Beautiful. What a lovely world we're living in. Because now I can do var o, or yeah, that equals that. And actually we need both of these. Var v equals that. So yeah, we set that there, and then we're also going to do, actually, so this is submenu options submenu equals that. Box option set, so box dot widgets or get widget p dot set option value v, and then we set that manually there. Okay. And actually, I'm going to have that as a thing that I can just do. So we're just going to have like function set option value name string value options set p name value, and then widgets or like get p name set option value value. There we are. And so that way I can just do box set option value, and we can basically completely undo all of the like complexity that I added here, or like all the extra lines of code. Okay. So we set our bindings to the key inputs, and that should do nothing yet because we haven't actually gotten the core in of the things. But if we come into here, if I set this and then press OK, it should have changed. Why is that not working? Oh, right. Did I even restart the game? Yeah, we should have rebind confirmed here when we set option value right there. Okay. Now options, controls, so yeah, photo. Let's say that should be the mouse. Then we're going to go okay. Okay. There we go. So now we can change, like, the mouse. Actually, so we didn't use the mouse click for anything? Crazy. Okay. And that won't do anything. So yeah, so now when we set the option value in the control binding widget, controls, ooh, how do we do that? Let's just have a function in our input manager. And that'll just be function rebind action string old. No, let's say like input event gamepad. Cool. Pass. Assumes only one action given. Okay. So now I need to look up, like, a Godot for babies tutorial. Like, Godot... Well, I guess, yeah, input map. Action erase event. Okay. So removes an input event from an action. Adds an empty action to the input map. Erase action removes an action from the input map. Oh, I see. Bool has action. So what we need to do is var old equals get input for action gamepad, and then input map erase action old, add action oh wait, no. Oh wait, action erase event. There we go. Action add event action input. There we go. And we'll just have that do its beautiful thing when we set the option value in the controls here. Underscore set bindings, input management dot rebind index. Yeah. Value 0 false, and then value 1 true. Keyboard, then gamepad. Okay. Let's see if this works. We'll rebind the keyboard, or we'll rebind taking a photo to the click button, and then zooming in to be whatever it'll be. What? Uh-oh. If I press backwards hard enough on the left analog stick, okay. So that didn't quite work. So when are we setting this? Let's do like a print binding here and see what we're actually doing. So index should be correct. So photo. Okay, so what are our values here? Encoded object as ID. Huh. Okay, input event mouse button. Input event joypad motion. None of those are correct. I think this broke. Hang on. Let's just go back to my settings for a bit. If we go to settings, now we're going to remove this. Wait. Huh. Yeah, okay. Let's just delete that for now. Okay, so let's go to controls. Let's set this. I want it to be mouse 1. Okay. Apply. Nice, okay. And then if I save and quit, let's check what this looks like. Okay. So all of this looks like it should. But I bet you... So it seems like when we set this binding again, it won't be correct. So when we decoded this, if property begins with binding, set that. So load from decode call property that. Property here, value here. Control binding as event value 0. Is this a string? It is, okay. So our value, yeah, it's still, you can see none of it set correctly. So that's because my control binding probably wasn't, I probably didn't set it up correctly. Oh yeah, I didn't set it up at all. Yeah, because what we need is to do then, so let's start with button, because that's quite easy. It should be here, yeah. Var e equals... Oh wait, no. We need this to be var event. And actually, let's just have var event input event. And we're just going to return, so event equals null, return event. And we're just going to have this equal that. Event dot button index equals int e1. Okay. Nothing else for that? Event dot axis equals int e1 again, but event dot axis value equals float e2. Event dot what the hell is it? Is it the text code or scan code? Event access physical key code. Int e1. And then event dot pressed equals true. I mean, I think that's true of all of these, but event dot mouse button or button index equals int e1 again. Double check that here with the mouse. Yeah, subtype equals event button index, and then we do that. Oh, right, it's double indented. Okay. There we go. So now it should actually be set up. I just didn't set up anything. Okay. Now we have button index 1, that value. We have now these all set up here. So we have joypad motion. Okay, yeah, and that makes sense. So now we should have all this stuff working appropriately. And now, okay, so now we can rebind controls. Go into controls here. Admittedly, it should have gotten the input map from there. Let's go back to our options binding widget. Where the hell do we do this? No, controls, default, input for action, init bindable. Okay. So when we get the bindings, though, get default input for action, first action here. Okay. So do we ever set this, like, correctly? Where would I actually even set these? Because here we have a index equals value here. So is it because it's not, okay. I think these need to have their input set when we draw the widget here. Control binding, widget. Set option value here. Okay. So that is being set. So what is our option name? Bindings photo. And our value that's being set. Key code 0. Huh. So where's this being derived from? Options get property.name. And that should be coming from, if we go back to controls here, get binding. This should do that eventually. Okay, let's do... Actually, let's close this again. Because, yeah, now the keyboard... So, yeah, now we can rebind controls. And I'll need to test this pretty thoroughly. Graphics, no. Controls again. So, we should be getting bindings photo. Okay. And so what is our A here? What is A, actually? So photo should have... We're supposed to have an input event mouse here. Why wasn't this set? When we set the binding, are we not setting this appropriately? When are we setting the binding? Because, yeah, index is photo. And A is now an array, or a dictionary with one thing in it. And it's this. And that has the mouse button and the keypad button. And so when are we changing that? Let's just have if index equals photo breakpoints. Okay. So here it's being set to what we want it to be set to, presumably. Yeah, the mouse button, joypad button. And then, when we continue, when is it being changed? Is it being changed? Or is it just the UI, like, action prompts aren't set appropriately? But okay, now we have that. So, like, that works appropriately. So it's the only place where it doesn't get the correct prompt is in the options menu, which you would think would be the one place where it would get the appropriate prompt. So yeah, somehow this get is getting a different value. And that's because... why? So when we get bindings, if index equals photo breakpoints, how did that... oh, right, S1. Or put the variable after the variable. Okay. Ah. Wait, no, but that's correct, I think. Oh yeah, that's correct. Because, yeah, this should be... yeah, that's where we set this. Yeah. So why does it get wrong? So now we're getting the binding again, and now a photo input event key. When are we setting this, though? So, okay. Now we know that A is being set at an inappropriate time. What the hell is A? We have just a matrix, we have just a dictionary called A that we get somewhere. Oh, because we get it from here. Wait, am I stupid? Wait, why did I set it up this way? Like, because clearly you just don't have the bindings here. Right? I think it's like a copy on write thing, because I think dictionaries are... yeah, I'm pretty sure dictionaries don't work like that. Or you don't get them by reference. I think. But why did I set... why did it... I'm just going to check it and see if it works. Because, yeah, that's there. And I should be careful about the breakpoints. Because they do like to die when I, like, switch, like, Alt-Tab between the debugger and the game. And take my whole computer with it. But, okay, now if we go to options, we go to controls. So now, when we get the binding... when we go back to bindings... because, yeah, I think it's because the arrays are copy on write. Or the dictionaries are copy on write. No? Okay, fuck me then. I'm just fucking dumb. So I guess just change this to just be underscore bindings then. And then see what changes, because I can't imagine anything would be... is it because this is being called again? If action equals photo return false. Actually, let's do... I think I might know what it is. But actually, let's just breakpoint. Yeah, also, this should not be like an externally available thing anyway, so this should be fine. Okay. Correct. Incorrect. Because this... oh, wait, no. Actually, this is fine. If we basically just do if action in bindings continue. Okay, it was just setting the defaults in the options menu, but not actually properly setting them anyway. Okay. And then we should probably also have the ability to... actually, how the hell did I get the defaults? When that doesn't even seem like a thing that I should be able to get. But okay. If we go to options, if we go to controls, we don't need this anymore. Don't need that anymore. Now, now it's just not even the thing. Okay, what? So this is still wrong, even though there's no reason for it to be wrong? Hang on. Set binding. Interesting. So now it actually is wrong. Okay, so we set that. Wait, I just realized my mouse has a different, My mouse at one point had a different color than Kitty. Oh, I think it's because Linux must have, like, different color space for the mouse cursor. Because, yeah, it was, like, brighter on Linux. Okay, I can still do that. Okay, so our bindings are still being set incorrectly, I believe, if we click into here. No? Okay. So now it's correct there. Good. Okay. I don't get it. Bindings photo, object. Okay. I don't need to get, we don't need to get the same shit 500,000 times. Okay. So we figured out part of the issue, I think. But it seems like sometimes the prompt doesn't set correctly, or maybe that was just because I was hot reloading or something. Let's just try again. But okay, that might be all that we needed for this. And then it'll be, in my mind, good enough. Options, so we can go to controls, set this back to F, click OK, and then we can do like this, but then what if I don't want that? Right click. So now, the only issue that I have is the fact that it shows the text by default, which I'm realizing is probably because I literally set that in here. If we go to, like, depict... Oh, wait. I know what it is. If we go to input management, gamepad mode... Oh, wait. No, that's fine. Input prompt... Because somewhere in here, it's not setting the things correctly. So yeah, if image should be load input image. Yeah, because for some reason it's not working here. Why would that be, actually? Okay, so what action are we depicting? Mouse? Great. Mouse 1, again? Great. Mouse 1, again? Good. Let's do... A lot of mouse 1 here. Anything other than mouse 1 that we want to see here? Let's do that. Okay, Godot crashed. OBS crashed with it. Classic. What the hell was the bug that I'm even looking at? Sometimes the UI prompts aren't correct. Was that the thing that I was looking at? Because I think the binding menu now works. Oh, I didn't even realize Krita's still up. Also crashed. Literally, like, every single application will, like, go down, except for, like, my to-do list app in the terminal. Like, Sublime Text, for some reason, totally dies. OBS, I have to go into the task manager and press delete on it. Dialog, viewer, box. List replies, message. Oh, right. I made this whole viewer and it's not even useful. What? Am I stupid? What's going on? Oh, I see. The parser's just wrong. What was the other thing? Vertical? This one was wrong somehow? Oh, right, because this needs to be a label. Item label, and then it needs args. Nothing, and then we do args with there. Well, now it should. Godot. Oh, right. We need to return. So we need to do message list equals messages, return, super start. There we are. Is it working? Close all. Remind you who you are. Because, yeah, we have this. Oh, wait, no. There we go. Okay. Close that then. Okay. I've totally forgotten what the actual bug was. But I believe it was we did not fix the... Oh, yeah. Sometimes the prompts don't show up. So bindable menu, prompts sometimes... So yeah, why would that be the case? If we come into controls here, why would none of these be loaded? Like, what's the deal? Gamepad. Let's go to prompt, actually. Image. No. Input prompt. Image. So if image elif, if gamepad, push error, missing image, %s did not exist, and that's going to be modulo action and input string. Okay. So we should be able to, like, come back into here maybe, and then it should do this. Yeah, there we go. Missing axis, or missing image for blank. Oh, wait, no, that should be fine. Yeah, no, because we don't even have, Okay, so is it because it's expecting an action here? No, I don't think it should be. So, missing image for action. Yeah, no, these should exist. Get input string. If input is joypad event motion. Load input image. Input string. Custom Xbox. F prompt path modulo device. This. Oh, wait, hang on. Load input image should have a mode, shouldn't it? Wait. No, it shouldn't. Wait, yes, it should. Yeah, because this... Hang on. Okay, I see the issue. It's because if I... So if I close this and then bring it up, now it works, because it needs that. Okay. So we actually do need to get the load input image here. Load input image. If the input is a keyboard. Okay. Okay. If input string dot begins with I know. Var mode. Var mode equals prompts key or input string begins with mouse mode equals input mode, no, prompt mode dot keyboard. Elif mode equals keyboard. Mode equals gamepad mode. Okay. Basically, depiction should always get the correct thing. And we should never use the keyboard, as you might imagine, for gamepad input. Okay. But now if we come into here and we go to options, it should have all the controls. It doesn't have all the controls for some reason. Why does it not have them? Depict missing that. Why don't I just have gamepad here? Oh yeah, what if we just had the mode here? And then we just switch on mode. And then load input image. Or we come into here. And we're just going to do mode there. No, now this is correct. And then load input image. Wait, do we not use it anywhere else? Where the fuck do we use it then? We only use it in one place? Then how the fuck do we do everything else? Is that done in here? Am I dumb? How do we call show image? Okay, I guess we only do it in one place. Oh wait, no, and I need to have, hang on. If, let's go back to show input image. Or load input image. So, if mode equals mode.autodetect or mode equals, prompts. And then, so that should explicitly set that there. Oh, wait, no. I need to do options there. Controls. Still not fucking working. How does it still not work? Wait, what? Wait, but how does it... It's not showing the errors now. Why is it not showing the errors? So gamepad should be true now. So when we depict the action here... So when we go to input management, gamepad mode... So none of this makes any sense anymore. How is this not loading? Oh, and then we also need to have the, so sometimes all the prompts are text. Translate, action prompts, or action names. Why does it not work? So when we go to this, no. Control widget. Okay, we do this here. So what is our gamepad mode? Thank you, Godot, for not telling me the value of the thing that I'm looking at. Input management. So gamepad mode is 0. That is not true. That it should never, ever be true. Yeah, there should always be something. Gamepad mode equals prompt mode. Detect gamepad type. No. Okay, I see. It was because I was doing that there. Okay. I think. Yeah, that was always supposed to be as it is now. Okay, so now if we come into here and go to options, go to controls, this now, if we go to input management, gamepad mode 2, great. Still doesn't fucking work, but at least we got closer. Okay, so we need that back. Cancel, options, F11. So what is our mode here? Mode is 2. So if mode is that, custom prompt equals that. Mode. What? Oh, I see. Custom generic. So now our custom prompt is something. Wait, what? Huh? Oh, because custom prompt is nothing. So then what the fuck is this? Okay, hang on. For gamepad equals bool. Gamepad equals false. Then I guess for all these, true. Though this is actually going to be gamepad, or using gamepad still. Well, no. That'll also be true. Okay. Okay. So I was in the wrong place, but I'm now in the right place, I think, hopefully. And this should mean that both keyboard... So you'll be able to see keyboard buttons when using the gamepad. So let's skip that. Still doesn't work. I'm gonna fucking die. So when we depict it, we come into here. Gamepad equals true. Oh, because I didn't fucking change the thing. Okay. There we go. Okay. And then if I come into here again, we also see the mouse. So now we have everything set exactly how we want it to be. Isn't that beautiful? And then we can go through all these. Now the only slightly annoying thing is the fact that it does two things there. Oh, probably because it's getting focus on this, and then it gets focus on this one frame later. And it's just more noticeable because there's a bit of stutter when this one loads up. But okay, now it's very important to actually get the... how do we get our default controls? I guess we just have to get the default input map. And so what we can do is before the controls start up, we would just have like a var default controls. Well, let's save this first, because now we have the action, or we have that stuff there. And we have this working. And so I can actually come into display, or I can come into here, and we can do PlayStation prompts. That didn't work. It just didn't work. So, hang on, let's go to prompt mode. Prompt equals prompt mode. New prompts equals prompt mode. Set prompt mode. If prompt mode is greater than keyboard gamepad mode equals prompt mode. Okay, that should work, I think. Basically, auto detect versus PlayStation. Okay, there we go. It doesn't refresh right away, but we should be able to do that by doing a refresh on our things. And how do I do that? Isn't there some sort of thing here where... Oh, yeah. Refresh prompts. Okay. And then when we set the prompt mode... There we go. So now we should be able to auto-detect versus generic gamepad versus PlayStation. I thought that would work. Oh, but because these are set manually, it doesn't work. Okay, it works up there, but not down here. And so we actually do need to have, I could just have the actual options submenu, or the control binding widget here could have its values. Okay, I think that's going to be what I do. Var value equals array. So we're just going to do value equals val. And then we're going to have this in add to group input prompt refresh if value there we are. Okay. And so now I should be able to cancel that, save and quit. Come back into here. We can change the mode of this stuff. Options, graphics. So we could do keyboard, and that's not going to change anything there. We could do generic gamepad, PlayStation. There we go. Now it all works the way that I want it to. And we can see these are slightly different, even though they're the same image. Beautiful. And now, that only causes a little bit of... Okay, that doesn't cause much pain. If you're using both the analog stick and the mouse at the same time, though, it gets a little dicey. But okay. So now we have the ability to set, I don't know, Y there. And it should probably detect issues with, like, conflicts. Oh, I see. Because this action is so fucked up. Yeah, that could be better, I think. I'm gonna go to player... pressed... No, event.isAction pressed. Yeah, because now all of these need to have that there. And input is action just pressed. Oh, wait, no. We should probably just have a new function here, like just like pressed event action. action, or event, input, event, action, string. Is action pressed action, and input dot is action just pressed action. Brilliant. Makes my life much easier. Okay. So now every time we have this, we're going to change this to exactly what I have now. There we are. So now it should work a little bit nicer. We have the right trigger bound to open the menu. I might need to... How many other places do I have the menus in? Or input? Because I've tried to centralize input management for this one as much as I can. Yeah, now we should be able to zoom in. I didn't know you could take photos while in the status menu. That's, I guess that's okay. No, I don't like it. Pressed. So, if photos allowed, let's return, and not UI.status UI active. So now if we do this, and then we do that, okay. Wait, I thought I was able to... For some reason, I can't press the right trigger again to close it. I have to press B. I guess that's okay. Okay. So now we can, like, ruin the controls a little bit. That seems like it's working well. So let's just go... What did I change here? Oh, yeah. Fixing bugs. And then the next one is naturally going to be np input. Where was this? Oh yeah, some corrections for prompt modes and stuff. I guess making prompt modes more useful. Alright, I was moving my chair, or my desk. Okay, re-bindable controls. Wonderful. Okay, and then, yeah, let's add a few more things. So we're going to do settings, create new script, game controls. Yeah, game-specific controls. Control settings. Class name game control settings. And this will be exactly the same. So we go back to our settings, which are somewhere. Wait, why is this? This should be under stuff, or stuff settings. Wherever that is. Is that somewhere up here? Stuff. S for settings. There we go. And then, yeah, we have our other settings here. Why didn't I just... hang on. Do that. Oh, wait, no, but a lot of this is UI, isn't it? Well, this one is... I don't care. This will be fine where it is. No, I don't like that one there. This one is a UI component. Okay. So in our settings, we have here... This is now going to be game controls. And let's make sure that that still loads up properly. I think it should. It has the exact... It's basically just a drop-in replacement right now. And then what it'll have is the ability to add new options. Oh yeah, I forgot I fucked up my controls. So yeah, having the button to like set everything back to default will be awesome. Oh yeah, this is what I want. Okay, there we go. Oh yeah, I forgot. The mouse also has the inverted controls. I don't use mouse at all. Okay. What was the other thing I was doing? Oh yeah, I was going to start adding... I just wanted to make sure that the settings work, and that was correct. They do work. So now we come back into game controls. Export var toggle zoom equals true. Export var toggle stickers equals false. And this, means that I basically have to have like a completely different outlook on life. Basically, let's see. Sticker mode. Wait, where the fuck do I do that? Okay, is placing stickers. We're going to have a thing now of, like, stickers toggled. Controls. Ooh. Yeah, let's do, like, some horrible nightmare. I have all my on-readies in front of my exports? Why do I do that? Kind of a dumb layout here, frankly. Wait, I have the... I don't think this is true. I don't think I have these as things that should be... I think they should just be variables. Okay. And they'll just be the same with these. Okay. And I think our types should be up in front of these, like that. Yeah, I think I'm fine with signals, types, constants, export variables, on-ready variables, probably properties and then non-property variables, I'd say. And we can kind of semantically group them further when we feel like it. Okay, ID equals U, photo ready. Put that up here. Extra settings supported, selfie stick. Oh yeah, we have that. Okay. So now, why is this there? That should be just down with our other things. Probably there. Okay. Stickers. Okay. And all of that is to say, now I need to get the settings. On ready, bar controls, game control settings equals settings dot get. Hello? Don't we have a thing here where we like get the group? Huh? Get options group, okay. Oh yeah, I see. There we go. That was the issue. Okay. So now we have our game controls. And then what I can do is when we come into here, this is going to be horrible, but game, no, control, what the fuck am I looking for now? The player. Close other tabs. And now we can have that be there. Sticker. Is placing stickers. So this is going to be return. So we have this. So it's going to be stickers toggled and settings. No, controls dot toggle sticker mode or there we go. Input. And so this is going to be if not locked. So whenever we can place stickers, so in dialog inactive, okay. If, no, elif, I think you should be allowed to place stickers. So like, if controls dot toggle sticker mode and pressed event sticker toggle or stickers toggled equals not stickers toggle. There we go. And actually, the way that I set this up, it already does it this way. Yeah, because we have this here. Okay, so let's see that in action. And then zooming will be a bit trickier, I think. So now if we go back to controls, toggle sticker mode. So why is that not working? Because is placing stickers should be true. If body mode equals body mode standard and active sticker. Wait, what? Isn't this thing supposed to be like... Okay, yeah, it is running every frame. So is stickers toggled true? Why is that false? Okay, so that's going to be 50 billion lines because it runs every frame. What? So controls sticker toggle mode and pressed event sticker. Oh wait, is it called something else? No. If event is event motion. Pressed event photo. So where is our malfunction? If photos allowed. Did I press cancel? No, this is applied. Is this a different settings menu? Wait, has the U... Wait, what? This is just the fucking UI. So if not UI and dialog and not status UI interactive and press interact. Oh, I'm stupid. Okay. Okay. So we need to have this here. Hang on. Elif this. I'm actually just going to have an interaction. Because I'm tired of deeply nesting things. Wait, do we even need the event here? No, we don't. There we go. So yeah, if we're not in dialogue and the UI isn't active, we can then do this stuff. Okay, and that should potentially work correctly. There's no reason I think it wouldn't work. Yeah, because we don't change the settings object. There we go, look at that. Admittedly, I kind of prefer the toggle mode. Well, let's see how I feel about it in here. Yeah, I'd be okay with this. Alright. So we got toggling stickers working. And did I forget to set the bindable controls or something here? No, I did that. Yeah? Okay. No, but that was in the options. I don't think I did it for the main thing. Oh well. So this is re-bindable controls, new settings. Or like toggling sticker mode. Okay. Translate action names, that'll be a good one. Toggle zoom for camera. So this one. Camera. So if rig.zoomed and zoom reset, we can do that stuff. Stickers visible. When do we do the camera stuff? Oh yeah, toggle zoom. So if UI status UI.active and pressed UI.this, and, or let's say and controls dot toggle zoom and that. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to have in our physics process, actually maybe just our regular process. Don't we have one? Yeah. If not controls toggle zoom, var zooming equals input dot pressed or holding toggle zoom, and then we're gonna do holding here. Okay. Bool. Okay. And we should probably have some sort of dead zone there. But then I'm going to do if zoom or rig.zoom not equal to zooming. Cam set zoom zooming. Okay. So what somebody suggested was swapping the camera with the sticker mode, since the camera is more important, but it's on the right stick, where the stickers are, you know, a very minor thing, but they're bound to the left stick, or left trigger. So what they would suggest is that, and that, and then we would disable toggle zoom, enable toggle that, and then for stickers, we would do right stick and C instead of Z, because C is kind of annoying. Okay, if rig.zoomid. There we go. What happened here? Toggle zoom. Okay. And then stickers. Okay, that seems good. Resume now. Okay. So the only downside is then you'd have to have the zooming in and zooming out be with this. But actually, you could do zoom in, right stick. Zoom out, left stick. Oh wait, but that's how you look up and down. I forgot. That's kind of important. What if I did... So if we have left control... whatever. I'm okay with it. Yeah, I think the only reason I wouldn't make this the default is because then LB and RB are kind of awkward. And also the left stick. Yeah, because what I imagine is players would like switch to first-person mode for a while. Where with the sticker, it's like a one-and-done thing. You just press it, like you just hold the button real quick, and then you go in and do it. Let's test it on keyboard and mouse as well. Oh yeah, I forgot. It's toggle, or not toggle. Honestly, it does seem like on keyboard and mouse, it would be better to have it like flipped like this. That is kind of a hard part about most controls. But okay. Oh wait. Project settings. Let's go to 3D. No. Input map. I'm going to change the Z key here to C. Yeah, because that was a good point. Z is like awkward, and plus it's C for camera rather than Z for zoom. So I think that just kind of worked. I didn't see any issues with it. Yeah, I'm glad that I centralized all my, like, inputs, basically. But okay. Now we need to translate the action names. How would I do that? Let's do, like, a function print action name. Action name string return tr action colon action name. Actually, wait, how does the translation work? So if we go back to Godot, translate context. So context can be defined in the CSVs since Godot 4.6. So not in my version of Godot. Because I'm 4.5. So... Wait, so what was the reason for the context in the first place, though? A lot of rude people in the Godot, like, documentation. Let's push this as a warning. Right, I knew that axes could be negative. I'm pretty sure that's what's happening there. Because basically when I set up the right stick to, like right stick up and down to zoom in and out, that's why it says axis 3 there. But okay. Yeah. Last but not least, we need to get our action names. So I'm going to put that actually in a new thing. New file. This is going to be actions CSV. Very funny that they had this context argument and then they just didn't enable it for CSVs, but oh well. I already had my own system for context, quote unquote, where I just do it like that. But okay, the only place where we need the action names is when we are doing player, no, what am I looking for? Control widget. Or binding widget, whatever the hell it is. Yeah, here, action text. So option name var action name equals that. And then binding widget here. Action text equals input management. Translate. And actually, this is a static function. Isn't it? Oh, okay. Oh, wait, interesting. So what's the difference between these two? Oh, wait. But... Oh, wait, okay. I thought it said use the static function translate, but not... It was from the static function translate. I'm dumb. Okay, well, that's fine. Okay, so now what we do is when we come into here, we're going to translate our action name, and that's now going to have this here. This is string. Okay. So let's just, like, get the list from... Oh, wait, no, I just realized. I don't even need to open the game, because we have the options already. All these bindings. Okay. Take photo. Zoom camera. Or, like, camera zoom. Zoom in. Zoom out. Reset zoom. Status menu. Interact. Place sticker. First person interact. Oh, right. I forgot. Special interact. Car jump. Car handbrake. Car accelerate. Car brake. Or reverse. Okay. And now we should be able to get that in localization. Add another thing. Huh? So how do I hang on? Oh, right, okay. Tab, re-import. There we go. What? Oh, I see. Because I need to have keys. En. There we go. All right. And I should probably have, like, the UI all in there as well, and stuff like that. Okay. It feels weird to not have sounds here. But I also kind of... Wait, why can't I press the action button anymore? Hang on. If we go back to... pressed. Or, like, active. What the hell am I looking for? Status UI.active. So somewhere in here... It's now annoying to toggle my status menu. Because this doesn't seem to do anything. Oh, because photos allowed. Okay. Because that's supposed to be up here. Because who cares if the photos are allowed? So yeah, because body mode, ghost. Oh, right, I see. We actually do kind of need this. But only for, var not ghost. Or, I guess, no, I don't care. We can open our status menu at any point. Yeah, okay. So now we can use this button here. Perfect. And we can still walk with the status menu, which I'm divided on, but I don't want to add... I basically have to add a whole system for using the left stick in UI because Godot doesn't come with that built in. And it'd be kind of a pain, so I don't want to do it. So I'm not going to do it. But okay, so now... Oh wait, no, I forgot to even check if the actions are translated. Why isn't my music on? Okay, it should be on. Okay. Options... What am I looking for? Probably in options. Okay. Take photo, camera zoom, zoom in, zoom out, reset zoom, status menu, interact, jump, place sticker, special interact, car jump, car handbrake, car that. Alright. Anything else I want to change here? I think these are okay. I should probably have exiting the car be a separate thing. Oh yeah, and then we should have the ability to reset to default, which would be really nice. More rainbows. I like the rainbows. Oh yeah, I forgot. I've, like, fucked up my controls. Yeah, so the defaults will be very nice. But I was already at 4 hours, so I'm going to say that's okay for today. Yeah, reset options to defaults. So I'll just have that for each of these controls. Display, audio, difficulty. Well, I think really the only difficult one is going to be the controls. I'm pretty sure. Because all these other ones, I basically just create a new copy of the options, set all of those options to the new values, and then do that. With the controls, I just have to... I have to get the default controls before the settings load. So basically, when this is created, I believe, whenever we do that. Yeah, basically, when we create a new settings, or control settings, we will also get the default map for the actions. Okay, I got a lot of stuff to do. Action, no, translating actions. Is this the one that has this? Yeah. There we are. Admittedly, these add-ons aren't very isolated because they all depend on each other, and they all depend on being at the latest version. But okay. There we go. Alright, that should be it for today, because it is 9:30. But that was a lot of progress. At least on the two, like... I guess the two, like, hardest tasks that were on my list. So it's nice to have those working. I'll have to do some more testing, but that won't be too bad. And plus, if they're bugged, I mean... Well, whatever bugs they are, it seems like it'll be more obscure than just, like, setting the thing doesn't work. So that's good enough for me. But okay. I'll be back tomorrow. See you then.